this is the big thickness. The big thickness for.
We were going to come up for a coffee, but then we decided to go out. It wasn't raining, so we went for a walk. And then when we came up for coffee, you were not there anymore.
I can do. You want to go for coffee?
No, I now have to write the resolution for the Global Metaverse Council. So I have to, now I've got a job.
I see you got really like meaningless tasks. You just gotta write this declaration of independence.
So, but is it like it should be the Bled Declaration or something?
Just call it makeup.
I'm on the same floor because I thought it was so freaking loud. I couldn't sleep. I was like, no, I need to get my sleep. Literally raging all night, and now there's a guy on the couch like in the lobby snoring.
And you didn't like, come on, I gotta listen to my keynote.
No, I mean like that's what happens. You know, Saturday morning is too early.
The reception desk with the sound like he's sleeping, and they were checking, and they said, oh, he's our guest. They thought just
Didn't make it to the room or what?
because it was, I went out of the hotel about 8:30, and he was.
He's been sleeping there all morning. He's snoring and everything. I'm like, is this guy even from the hotel?
Yeah, it seems like cute.
Yeah. So he's like, we better give him a few more minutes to roll in today because I think they're hurting.
Not a feeling.
It's just like been on the road so much. It's like, I think your color. I love the pink skirt yesterday too. It's so fun. I think it's nice to like pop.
Yeah, I usually wear black, like it's not a good color, with the gold stuff, like today I don't have to go.
It's nice.
But I do have like really compartments in my wardrobe for self-colorful pieces, and they're all like,
For those two.
yeah, I mean, not so much occasions, but like if I wear color, it's gonna be really.
Yeah. It's fun. That's how it should be. Switch it up and grab some.
The way that it.
So you have to just like come with the presents. Yeah. I think if people got this music,
Beautiful. Nice. I think I'll lie down on the floor
like I'm just
Oh, cool. That's kind of good. Yeah, I'll
maybe not this exact song, but some kind of motivational song. Like this.
Okay, let's see that. I'm just gonna go like this.
Gotta wake people up on a Saturday morning. Yeah, so a little bit more up to
Aha, da bi.
Ja, a se boš zapomnil, boš ti gor. No, prosim, pa bom direktno se tako dopovedala, da nisem pa upala, če nisem
Se si ti če zadaril, da je šta?
Tako bomo čez... Jaz sem začela točno 15 čez začela. To sem puno ne povedala.
To počakaj, da si ti jaz to zadaril, ki boš še povedal.
No. Nice. Okay, how are you feeling today? I don't know if that's after party yesterday. So who was at the party yesterday? You were there were people there. I was feeling like, anyhow, we have another exciting day planned for you. It's going to be filled with fun, metaverse stuff. And we're going to start today with a lovely welcome from the very lovely Alexandra Stanilovic. Woohoo! And we are organizing the video for the conference. Please. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the third day of our Metaverse conference. Before we start, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who came here to Bled, but also the guests from watching us. All of you helped that this event come together, become a success. And here is the days. We had a lot of fun. We met some new friends, but we also spent some time with new friends. First of all, actually, we learned a lot and became curious of new knowledge. This finally was the first, but today was the first day of October. So I wish you all successful and beautiful one, but also a great day for our conference. Amazing speakers are waiting, so let me start. It is the 1st of October. Something has to remember. Should we celebrate it? Yeah? Of course. Okay, so next I call to the stage that lovely Alexandra who's going to share us a couple of words about what the day's going to look like, I guess. Okay, give it up, please.
Woohoo! Aline!
Good morning. Okay. Welcome to speech. So is welcome. So I would like to use this opportunity to answer a few questions in this 2 days. Day 1, day 2. I believe everyone is enjoying this conference. In day 1 until yesterday, a lot of people asked me, "Hello, how are you? Looks like you are the only Asian here. What are you doing here?" Yeah, I think I'm the only Asian. So, I'm sorry, we have Australian mother as English. So I would like to answer a few of my friends. Actually, I'm the one who made you guys today in bed. Believe it or not. I'm also one of the co-founder of this conference. I make this happen. Let's give a applause to all of you. Thank you for participating. Okay, I would like to share about how this conference happened. Okay, how all this thing happened. We come up with this idea, I think, in March in Dubai. Me, Tade, and Alesh. In Dubai, we attend a few conferences. And then we will come up ideas. We doesn't have a really good conference conference in Europe for this year. So, Tadi come out with really good idea. Why not we make one? Since we have a lot of good friends, good resources, who is doing well in metaverse field, NFT field. So in about 10 minutes, we confirm we will start this conference in Bled. And also we confirm that in this month. So this is how it happened today. I really want to apologize to everyone. Bled is really good. You know, I like Slovenia. But I didn't know the bad weather. I'm sorry. And before I end my welcoming speech, I do believe all of you in these 2 days you learned a lot of knowledge. Okay? But I would like to ask you one question before I end my welcoming speech. In these 2 days, what is the most valuable thing you learn other than knowledge in these 2 days in Bled? Can anyone answer? What is the most valuable things in Bled for these 2 days?
People!
Nah. No. One more chance. Really important. These 2 days, other than knowledge I learned, I do find out one valuable thing in these 2 days.
You need umbrella.
Correct. Umbrella is these 2 days most valuable things that I learned in Bled. Thank you, thank you everyone, and welcome to today. Hope you enjoy.
No, do it, just applause. I like it. It's really important. It's really important because you're doing it for you. You know, when you make noise and you move your hands, you're like, you know, bringing up energy for yourself. It's really important. Does anybody else want to share what they've learned in these 2 days? I think it's a really important question, actually. I like it.
Other than umbrella?
Umbrella. Please. What's the best thing that you've heard?
Stand up.
One thing that I learned, actually, that I will think of in future is the green part of blockchain. Because, as we mentioned and discussed in panels, everybody is thinking of blockchain technology. First of all, because of crypto, and it's something that is polluting and not so eco-friendly. And now this event in Slovenia, which is one of the greenest countries in the world, I learned how you can combine the tactics of making it green and using blockchain and helping it.
Well, thank you very much. A round of applause, please. And I see you. I'm not taking over. This is not
I will just short answer.
What is your
I will tell what I missed.
Okay.
Okay? Better.
Honest feedback.
Honest
It starts with
feedback.
no and then criticize.
No, it's not criticism, it's a way to show you what I missed.
Okay.
Okay? So basically, use cases. Use cases are the most important thing in NFT and metaverse world. And I see very few useful use cases. So basically, this is the thing I miss.
Which one that you saw you liked most?
Use case?
Yeah. Or word of that you will look into.
It was in the outside the hall about, but I don't.
The exhibitions.
Yes, it was about some contact, but I'm not very familiar with it. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Round of applause. Critical thought, of course, is always welcome. We have to have it. But I also like for you to think of positive things because they feel like you're going to do something about it. What are you going to do next? What's your next action to say? You know, we're here talking and thinking and talking and thinking and talking. What's the action?
We start our platform, so we will start
Okay, it's a platform for future DAOs, companies, communities, associations, and you can combine with the NFTs on our platform. So
What's it called?
you don't need to develop Cures.
Okay.
We just launched yesterday, so.
Oh, right.
Our founder is going to be on today on this conference too. So I speak a little bit more about it.
Well, thank you.
Use case.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait a couple days maybe to see if it's used or abused. Okay, anyway, I love how you're looking at me, you know, like, please don't pick me, please don't pick me. Okay, one more. Anya. You're not sleeping. A businesswoman never sleeps. Come on, Anya, instead of thinking about who you are, what you do, so that people can know who you are. Hi, I'm Anya.
Hi, Nadia.
Hi, Anya. I'm an artist from Slovenia, working in a startup. What did you like most about the last 2 days? What are you looking forward to today? I'm looking for new motivation and friendships and a nice conclusion to the 3 days. Well, yes. Thank you. You mentioned the word motivation. I think it's extremely important. Motivation not only to think differently, I guess, to take some action. I really like how Megan yesterday, when she was talking on the panels, captured how if you really are a doer, you have to take action even if you don't have all the boxes checked, even if you don't have all the skills that you believe or the competencies that you believe that you need. So I really got inspired by that, and I think that for a couple of years now I've been working that way, and it's proven to be quite beneficial. So I'm really looking forward to now hearing from Megan Nielsen. Give it up for Crypto Megan, who will be first sharing some motivation with us, and then obviously, sharing with her knowledge about everything we're talking about here. A round of applause for Megan. Thank you. Yay! Another round of applause, please.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you for making this whole conference happen. You might be the only Asian. I think I'm the only American. I might be. So what am I doing here? Well, I said on the panel yesterday that I love coming to the Balkan region because people here have a different type of engagement than in other places in the world. And I feel really connected to that sense of deep drive. They seem really driven and really just you guys all being here at 9 a.m. on Saturday morning after all the partying happening last night, which I was hearing from my hotel room. That says a lot about you, and I just really appreciate you being here and your deep desire to learn more about this space. It's a huge passion of mine. I guess I should introduce myself. For those who don't know, I'm Megan Nielsen, Crypto Megan is what I go by. And I am a high-end crypto and NFT consultant for portfolios and also for Web3 strategies, bridging Web 2 to Web 3. I've been interested in crypto for a really long time. I did a master in Spain when the internet was the first layer, the second layer. Web 2 was first getting started in Spain for the digitization of companies. So that was when brick and mortar was still predominantly what was happening in Spain. So there we had a class reunion some years later, and they flew out developers, blockchain developers from LA, ironically. I've been living in Spain for the last 13 years, and it planted a seed in my head, and I thought something is different here, something is magical about this technology, and I have to revisit that. And I worked with startups in Spain for a while in tech, And then I got back to it, and I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and I heard this from so many people who really dug into this movement, and I just never, ever looked back. This is my life now, this is 100% of what I do, and I was going to start out with my presentation, but I think that in order to get the energy up a little bit after last night and the long week, is just to say a few words about my journey and how it's been as a woman, you know, trying to break down these doors and these boundaries, consulting for multi-million-dollar portfolios for large companies, celebrities, and investors. I've really had to step into my role and believe deeply in myself and have the conviction that I can do this. Because this is what I set out to do, and I won't stop until it's done, right? So one thing that's helped me along my journey incredibly is believing in myself. And so if you don't know where you're going, nobody is going to follow you there. And you might have people around you that doubt you, that think that you can't do it, that say that you can't, it's impossible. How could you reach out to that person? They'll never write you back. I mean, you've got to have the mentality of believing in yourself and having conviction in where you're going and not stopping until you get there. And you can't have those thoughts about yourself. You have to have that deeper conviction that this is where you're going, you will get there, and everybody who wants to go along with me for the ride is going to benefit greatly, because that's where I'm headed. And another thing I wanted to say about a movie I've seen recently, I don't know if you've seen it, Top Gun. Tom Cruise, it's one of my favorite movies now. In the scene, he's explaining to the fighter pilots, you know, they're all nervous and they're thinking, how will I know, what do I do? And I think, myself included, a lot of people have the tendency when they're starting a new company or getting involved in a new movement to way overthink things, to push things off, oh, I'll get started when. Even the companies that I consult for, that I talk to a lot of bigger celebrities and brands, and they're afraid to come out right now. They're afraid to start talking about blockchain because they don't want to get it wrong, and it has to be perfect. I literally had a call with somebody last night. And in the words of Tom Cruise, I believe that it's better just to don't think, just do. Trust your instincts, go for it, and if you do it with purpose and passion and the right intention, you will get there. So a round of applause for being here today, and I'm going to go deep forward and learn. So I just wanted to ask before we get started, how many of you are building Web3 companies here in the audience? A good majority of you. It's interesting because some of the conferences are more about just learning and getting your feet wet. How many of you have invested in crypto? Almost all of you, okay? And NFTs. Wow. This is actually more than usual. I guess you guys are the diehards that show up at 9 in the morning. So I'm going to get started with the presentation. These are actually some of my NFTs that I own. World of Women, Ported Yacht Club, Doodles, Boss Beauties, all wonderful communities that I believe will be around for the long term and doing really innovative things. And for the gentleman over here, I'm going to give you plenty of use cases today. You're going to be really excited about that. But first, what I'd like to do is, this is a little introduction that I gave earlier, but one thing I forgot to say is, after helping all these people at the top, I realized I can't just save this knowledge for people at the top. I have to help people getting started. This is what blockchain and Web3 is all about in the ethos, is the redistribution of profit of the governance system. So I would take their wives aside and say, hey, you and I can do our own portfolio, we can do our own thing. And they would look at me like, no, tech isn't for me, finance isn't for me. And I said, sit down, half an hour, give me half an hour, and I'm going to show you what this is about. And their face light up every single time. And so that for me was everything. I'm like, I have to go advocate for women and show them that this is their spot at the table too, and they can do this. And advocate for newcomers. So that's one of my main passions and missions on the World Speaking Tour. And as a special, something to give back to the audience today, I do put my heart and soul into this, and I research about 10 to 12 hours a day. I have a private members group where I update all the opportunities that I see in the road, along the road, with the people at the top of the industry, passive income opportunities, up-and-coming NFTs, use cases, anything. I have that on my private group, and if you find value in what I'm saying today, I need to get you into the private group for free, just as an added value to those of you who showed up along the way. And these are some of the people that we met along the way. The royal family of Dubai the Queen of Congo, Akon, who's doing something as well. That's the ambassador for El Salvador. I mean, literally, sky is the limit, and we're meeting the most interesting people and trying to get to the bottom of what is really happening, not the things that you're seeing in the media and all the negative news and everything that people are saying about crypto right now, that it's dead, it was a scam. I'm seeing something totally different, and I want you to understand that too. This is a fireside chat I did with Helen Hyde, the Senior Vice President of Finance. Now I'm working closely with finance, and a different perspective on what's happening at a higher level than everybody else that's portraying negatively in the media, NFTs, crypto, and all this, so that they can get the market to restart, buy it for cheap. Shark Tank edition with that they were finding the next up-and-coming unicorn blockchain-powered company. And it's funny because all of the banks in Spain, they tell you, no, none of our people can invest in crypto, they block your cards, it's crazy. But at the higher levels, they're investing, and they're actually promoting this. So I find that to be really interesting. And there's a lot of celebrities that are doing wonderful things for women as well, including Eva Longoria. And so I just wanted to share that with you. And the next thing is I want you to open your mind. It's also in a financial possibility, because a lot of people don't talk about investing because, yes, blockchain is a technology that's going to enable so many wonderful things and actually be able to make our world better. But there is an incredible opportunity here, investment, financial opportunity, and that's what I like to talk about because that's where my background was originally. And so this is from when I started doing research. The first coin I invested in wasn't Bitcoin, it wasn't Ethereum, it was Cardano. Because I understood early on that if you want to, have a store of value, it's more like Bitcoin, and the higher cap coins are the ones at the top that don't move as much. They're also a little bit more stable. But if you want to really make those exponential gains, you've got to do really deep research and understand up-and-coming projects that are going to change the game and revolutionize, what's going on here. And so I invested in Cardano in the last bear market, and within a year it did a 65x. And I'm telling you this because I believe wholeheartedly that it's still possible for anybody investing today to 100x their portfolio over time with a long-term vision and a long game. I mean, you guys have, many of you do because you're here today, but I'm urging you to zoom out and look at the bigger picture because this is an incredible opportunity that we've been given. Just to give you an idea, we're 300 million users right now in the whole ecosystem, crypto ecosystem. By the end of the decade, we're going to be 3.4 billion users. So, this is going to grow. It's the fastest growing technology since the internet itself. And people always ask me, well, it's important to get an idea of where we are in the cycle to understand what's happening with NFTs. They're so nascent, they're so new, but they're not going to thrive in, a risk-off market, and especially when crypto is doing well. So they're both very in decline. There's so many indicators that for me show that if we're not at the bottom, we're close to the bottom. And every market cycle, when we're near bottom, all the same things happen. People think we're going to go way lower. This is going to be like the worst recession ever, the worst crash ever. But I'm looking at the chart this year. I won't get into charts. But one thing I want to show you is there's an indicator called the fear and greed indicator. So when you think like that, it's the most fear we've ever had in Bitcoin since its inception, as investors and as people who are involved in this market. So, that should tell you something about the opportunity that we have now and the foundation that we're building in order to go up, to move up and start eventually getting back into a bull market. So there's no doubt in my mind that that is where this is going. There have been 5 golden opportunities in Bitcoin's history to invest, to get involved, to start thinking about it. And this is now one of the 5 opportunities. It's the one all the way at the right. These are leading averages and things, but just know that we're on the precipice of maybe the most incredible opportunity we'll ever be given in these markets, because there's an asymmetry in what's being developed and what's happening in the investments that are going on for institutions, and there are trillions of dollars waiting on the sidelines to be invested because of regulation. So if you can get in before that massive wave of capital, you can massively setting yourself up for success and early. And this is something coming from Kevin O'Leary, who I will be speaking with actually next month in Vegas, and also going to try to get more information. What are you looking at? What are you seeing? I want to tell you guys what's happening on these tours and what people at the top of the industry are doing, saying, and thinking. He believes it will become the 12th sector of the economy. And so sorry about that background about crypto, but I just really want to paint the picture of, you know, where we're at in the grand scheme of things, and that this crash will look like a blip on the radar compared to where we're headed. So for NFTs are going to be the biggest industry of all time. They are literally going to govern our lives. Open doors, token gate concerts, we'll buy houses with them. NFTs are going to make our lives insanely better. And the funny thing is, I think that it's difficult not to find a use case for smart contracts, because they just improve everything so much more. That digital ownership is something that we've never been able to have. And now in this third layer of the internet, we can transfer that with free transfer of value. So it opens up so many more possibilities. It's a story so much bigger than a $600,000 tactic or a $3 million tweet, which now isn't worth much, right? That was the height of the mania. But it's a story about human psychology and the way that this technology is about why. Here are the different iterations. That was supposed to democratize the world. But what happened was that there was an asymmetry in that information, and the conglomerates and individuals at the top had all the power and held all the wealth. Now, the third iteration of the internet is different. We have that digital ownership, and we can have that free transfer of value, and a system of governance is changing. The old way of doing things is dying. The world order is changing. Purchases, it's all good, but like, is anybody ever going to be able to build those plots? Like, in reality, I have an office in the Sandbox, right next to Board Yacht Club. People are like, this just sounds like hocus pocus. Like, how is that even going to work? Like, nobody's going to care. And that's what everybody said about the internet. Who's going to develop a website? Who's going to know how to do that? Like, this is how it always starts. And so if you can have the vision early, some of them do. Planet Hollywood, for example, has a good metaverse strategist, but they just kind of are like, they can't see the vision. And it's going to open up so many more possibilities than just having people's physical presence. And I can get into that later if we have time, but there's so many use cases. So one other use case is entertainment and travel companies selling NFT tickets. The long process of, I gotta change my ticket, I gotta change my flight, I wanna transfer this to my friend. It's gonna be so much easier because, you know, customer service as it is now. One other thing I wanted to point out, imagine you're so frustrated about technology.
This is Data Museum. Supports soulseed.io and sierralive.com. And we have a token that could be run the whole system. It's called all our token. You can find it on Gate, Max, Jupyter, and other chains. So, you know what alpha means? So, why I'm actually showing you now this slide after your question? The reason, the explanation of who will be using it, we believe that metaverses will be organized in kind of niche communities. And these metaverses that surround these niche businesses, industries, you know why you're going there. And you know what you will find there. And then the businesses that are supporting these types of stakeholders can gather around the same areas or on the map or the same users that are coming into these metaverses. So my belief here for the future of the metaverses and NFTs and Web3 is that actually we need to build these cities that will be dedicated, hopefully, come in and use it. So, let's go back to the general questions and let's maybe start and discuss on a couple more. Anyone with any other question that wants to dig deeper in? Okay, so I'm going to do a question for you.
Well, no one's going to do a question.
No. I'll do a question. So, just to tap in, we are building the metaverse because Zach said it. Okay, he's going to do it. So who's Zach? It's Mark Zuckerberg from the Facebook, which is a Meta company. So why is this important piece of information for you? Because Zuckerberg came and said, we are going to build the metaverse. Before he said we are building the metaverse, we were already doing it. We were building VR1 for the last 4 years. So the question is, how do we name the thing before Zuckerberg said it's a metaverse thing? So we were building actually virtual reality experience. This is what we've been doing. Not only us, but everybody else.
It's like, hey, we have a meeting software for meeting in VR. We have a conference tool for virtual reality conferences or virtual reality meetings. We have a gallery tool for creating virtual reality galleries. Then Zuckerberg came and said, it's a metaverse thing. And then everybody, you can go to Google Trends and you can type in the metaverse word, and you will see the spike when he announced the metaverse, the Google Trends in searching on Google for the word metaverse. That's why everybody's building the metaverse. That's why we are having this conference. Because he said he's going to build it. And now everybody else wants to build it too. And that's a very important piece of information that you need to keep in your mind. Why we are doing it. It's not because we need it. It's not because that's the future. It's because Zoom is doing it. And now we're going to think, okay, maybe this inspiration comes healthy, comes for a reason. And maybe I can also, let's say, pick another question. Anybody else trying it? Yes, many. So this is a very deep question and very deep answer. Because you can ask a lot of questions on top of this question. Like, who is doing it? Why is doing the same thing? Like, why do we have so many different metaverses selling in the same story? Like, we're going to meet in the metaverse. Hey, I'm going to sell you the land in my metaverse. Buy the land in my metaverse. The Sandbox, Decentraland, so many different other metaverses that are popping up every day. They're doing this when we are accessing the whole idea of metaverses. Like, what is going to do? What is going to happen in real life? There's going to be a lot of different islands or different metaverses. So who's going to populate? Is the Nike going to have a shop in every single metaverse? Well, maybe, because Nike has a shop in every single city. But yes, maybe they're successful in it. Maybe they're not on Web3, they're not on blockchain. Some of them will be probably transfer their assets to the Web3. But this is a big thing. We have somewhere to look to see how it actually works. To see these kids playing these actually, sometimes they're not good. These mess up their online game. Okay, so the next one will be rock and roll. And I can tell you for sure it will. We have avatars in OR, in real life. And you can see your hands, you can touch the other person, you can see your fingers moving. When you need someone of presence. And I think that this can change things. So when the experience is in the browser, it's not going to work so well. But when you put your headset on, and when you meet another couple of people that are all, on different sides of the world, then you will feel the energy and rock and roll that is happening. This question, I don't know if it's related to yet. So this question here, just his metaverse, and he doesn't like to share. This is also a big and deep question. Why? Because Zuckerberg is building the metaverse for his own company. So he's not going to share his metaverse where they can think about the open metaverse. That's a big problem for all other companies that are doing the metaverse because he's holding the keys to the hardware. So he's holding the keys to the headsets. He's selling the headsets. So there will be a big fight, a big war probably of metaverses in the future where, for example, these walled gardens like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, with his own method. And we will see how that will happen further on. But is there more Zuckerberg companies? Yes, a couple. And they don't have a movie. And why the movie is important is because Zuckerberg is a celebrity, a big time celebrity. You don't know who's the owner of the Pico Neo company, right? You don't know who's the owner of HTC Vive or HTC Focus 3 headsets. You don't know these guys, right? But you know Mark Zuckerberg. So he can go to media and he can tell you, like, you should jump into our methods. So it could be a war of celebrities too. And he has a good position to start. So the movie, of course, is just starting. And maybe I can emphasize also a couple of more things. This thing about the phone, this is a big thing. So, is anybody here interested even in trying to take their phone off for at least 2 days? Huh? maybe 5, 6, 7 people. No, yeah. So you need to try to do it. Okay? So this is a big lesson. It's a simple lesson, like a guy comes on a stage and tells you it's going to be a phone off for 3 days, basically. Be on off the grid, right, for 3 days. And then come back on the grid. And then you will see the toilet, phone, and then you'll go to the bed, and then you the metaverse. It's digital, it's a reality that surrounds you, it's your life every day. So you are in the metaverse. It's maybe a 3D world with all these questions. So thank you.
I was thinking about
it. Look at
We're having all turned off all year round, all the time. I have to go on the social network to check my
200 checks on Telegram.
Yeah, I don't know what Telegram is. Oh my God. That's crazy. Anybody else who would like off the phone?
Your decisions in life. Is that question whether you're doing the right thing for yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Anyway,
thank you very much.
It's only when you don't have something, when you go back from it, like when you look at something different, but then when you really learn, can you really appreciate it? Does it have value for you? If you know something you believe are really, really valuable, but then you miss it for like, I don't know, 2 weeks and you don't even remember you had it. I guess it does tell us a lot about life. So, before I announce the next keynote speaker, who is the guy, by the way, who's doing it, I'll stop clapping. Just keep your hands there and just clap. All the time. Good. If I don't want to now, just clap for like, 30 seconds, you just gonna clap and do it. Continue. It's going out for Lisa. That's not you, by the way. That's you. The possible world. Come on. Let's keep it steady, guys. Let's keep it steady. We're already there. It's for deep. You can't know you're not supposed to keep it down. No, I've not told you to stop. Keep your hands together for some contract. Rebel R79 for Riva.
After the morning welcome speech, there's a lot of people asking me. You may don't know who am I, but after this, you will be missing as a letter. Okay? So, this is my project for this year. Okay? Really good PowerPoint, but I will share with you with my students. I met one guy, 2015, just from home. The guy called Vipas. I cannot say good friend, but a friend because we having an event and then we fly together to China for Sun. And Vitas is a good guy. He gives me about 1,000 tutorials. Yeah, and at that time he teach me what is wallet, what is tutorial. 1,000 tutorial. That time, what is the price of tutorial? $22. And lowest is $12. I said, okay, good guy. You give me value 3,000 something of token. Okay? From that time, there's not of the words called crypto. From year 2015 to 2016, we give it token. There's no name of crypto. Okay, tokens. He told me this token will be 200,000, 2 million in future. As a businessman, okay. So after 1 year, the price go up to 65, 80. I was excited. I sold 70%. And until year 2020, when I saw the price of Ethereum go up until 3,000, I cried. Really cried. As a businessman, you know the feel when you miss a chance. Because why? I review myself. Why did I make this mistake? Because I didn't believe on token. You know, for the blockchain sector, as a businessman, the word that I always use to share with people, if this word, if I know the Ethereum will be go up, if I know the Bitcoin will be this kind of price, then I will go for that. So, as a businessman, I told myself before the coronavirus, I told myself, no more if in my life. So I will be fully involved in blockchain. So we know of 2017, we start learn about blockchains. Am I right? The years of prime of the world start, blockchains. 2017, 2018, the world start join the exchange, buy and sell. So in year 2019, I skipped that. Sharing about non-thing in Singapore, I still remember. Once again, I miss the opportunity. So from a perspective of view, as a businessman, I like what Megan shared just now, the movie, Top Gun, let's do it. Or like the Nike slogan, let's do it. So as a businessman, we must understand, how do we make money from this? Am I right? Everyone? We come back to the core answer. How do we make money in blockchains, in crypto, in NFT, even in metaverse? This is what I care for. I doesn't know what is technology. For me, what I understand is blockchain is a technology. NFT is an asset. Right? So what is metaverse for? Before I invested few millions, how many 100,000, I have to understand what is metaverse. At least I know blockchain is technology, which I can feel it. At least I know NFT is a digital asset, which I can have it in my pocket, in my wallet. But for metaverse, I didn't have a really clear concept about it. Before I continue about metaverse, I would like to ask my friend here in this stage, audience, do you know there's a lot of need of money? Who knows the other needs of money? Can someone answer me? Yes? Money, you want to make money in NFT, you want to make money in blockchain, you want to make money in metaverse, you must understand the need of money. What's the other need of money? Money has a lot of need. If you doesn't know that, how do you make money with them? Make friends with them. For example, what is the other need of money? Cash. Other needs? Yes, cryptocurrency. In the businessman world, as an investor, we must understand what is the need of the money. We have money, we have share, we have fund, we have capital. All this is money, am I right? This is our asset. But the generation is changed. The new money name is crypto. And now, last year come out a new money name. New nickname. What is that name? NFT. I tried to study what is NFT. I found that I cannot make money in this NFT field. Why? A lot of people, including Megan, including Victor Mills, and a lot of good people, and also the first day share with us the shit content who make money in NFT. What is the guy name? Mr. Miha? Anna. But I found that I cannot make money in NFT field. Why? For NFT, my personal view, if you want to make money in NFT, only one word for you, the keyword. You need traffic. Without traffic, it is impossible to make an NFT good sale. For traffic, you need a good content. So I give up an NFT, I create my own NFT, I just sell it. So I come back to Metaverse. I miss a lot of chance. As a businessman, for me, Metaverse is a community. As a businessman, I totally agree with the speaker just now, Victor. Who started this Metaverse? Me. Who started? The founder of Facebook. Why he started this Metaverse? My personal view. I do agree with Peter with a very good point, because he tried to turn all the Facebook users become his own community. For me, Metaverse is linked with community. So for people here who want to make money for Metaverse, you must have your own community. So I start a token last 2 months. I start a token. Okay? I rebrand and rename my communities. I have a big communities, okay? I'm an Asian Blockchain Hub president. I have a really active community from China, from Indonesia, from Vietnam. Okay? I rebranded my community name as MetaX Universe. So I told my community I will launch the first token, which is used in Metaverse community, and I have a really good sales. So which means Metaverse is a need of community. As a businessman, I think this is an opportunity for me, because compared to NFT, I doesn't have traffic. You know why? In these 2 days, many people ask me, do you have any social account? Yes. I don't have any Facebook. I don't have any Instagram. I don't have any social media. All I have is one WhatsApp. And I have Fadil. You can connect him with me. He's my social account. Yeah. So, I will give you my free NFT. I use my Metaverse communities and I made my first 100,000 USDT. I sold my token. And as I mentioned before, I have a bank, digital bank, and the tokens can be used in my Metaverse community. So, I try to expand my business by using my Metaverse community, my own Metaverse community, which is from Asia. Yeah, if you have any project want to connect to Asia, leave me. Yeah. So, we can expand my Metaverse. This is why, as a businessman, I feel that Metaverse, we need more community from Metaverse. And me and Tadi have come up with a really good idea we call Meta Councils. And then thanks Dr. Davis, it is a really good help. So, my conclusion, blockchain is a technology which helps everyone inspiring your creative idea. NFT is someone who has traffic. If you have traffic, I believe you can make a really good sales of your NFT. I do agree the NFT market, I cannot say it is collapsed, but it is slowed down. I use the word slow down. But still, if you have your own traffic. So how to create traffic? Please look for Megan. I think she's really good. I just realized. And last, if you want to make money in Metaverse as a businessman, prospect, you must create something for your community. You must connect your community with other communities. So, this is my keynote as a point of view as a businessman. Okay, so my keynote will be here. If you want to connect me, you can come to me. I will everywhere in this hall. I will share more. Like the first day, I share some things, shit content in the cluster. Okay? Don't ask me about where is your Facebook, where is your LinkedIn. I can't find it. Sorry, I doesn't have it. Okay, I'll keep it later. Okay, we do have a big business soon. So see you. Thank you. Remember, the last one. There's a lot of need of money. If you want to make fun of it, you want to make money of it, please learn all the need. Crypto, NFT, cash, fund, capital. Share. She's rich. She's rich.
You know what, Amit? If I had a coin for each time someone said my name at this conference, I would be very rich. Anyway, give it up for
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. We don't have paint anymore, we have coin, these sort of things. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from a very experienced entrepreneur, consultant, advisor, investor who had 3 exits and 2 failures, probably 5 altogether, I hope. Under the age of 32. Please welcome to the stage from Niftify, Mr. Gunnar Berg. And we're going to be talking about business. Who knew, huh? I'll give them up.
All right. So my name is Bruno Berg, CEO and co-founder at Niftify. I've been in crypto since 2011, which is quite a while. It's been quite a ride. Really cool runs. I have been speaking about Bitcoin since 2016. I've been telling all my friends and family to buy Bitcoin since 2015-16. And most of them always said, "You're crazy. I'm not going to buy it." And now they come back and say, "What should I buy?" Anyway, so most of the businesses today, 99% of the businesses, from crypto sectors. This is important. And it's very important. Few things that are going to make our lives easier, better, and different. And that's what innovation has done in the past 100 years. When Edison created the lamp, did we ever think that life was so important? Now, who cares about digital keypads and gifts? Most people don't care. Do you care about it? Please raise your hand if you care about digital keypads or gifts. I don't see that many hands. Now, my friends, they even laugh at me. Did you spend 30 weeks on a digital picture? Not yet. Because I'm part of the community. Also, I'm trying to make some money out of it. And they even say, if you take a print screen, we have one too. And technically, they're right. Now, it gets really interesting when you add an utility to it. If I would tell you, here's a picture of my car, and every time you come to my house and by showing me that picture, you can drive my car, it's a fancy car. Most people would say, yes, I would love to have that picture. But if you don't add utility to that picture, then most people will not care about it. And that's where businesses come into place. That's where businesses could potentially benefit from NFTs, or do businesses really need this? And we see some businesses, I'm really happy Crypto Megan already brought it up, Starbucks. We see some businesses exploring Web3. We see some businesses stepping up and trying things. But do we really need NFTs? Or do we just need the blockchain, the technology? The blockchain technology that was created, or that is used for many things that we are exploring today. The blockchain technology is not even new. When we go back to the island of Yap, that's where blockchain technology was really created. Blockchain technology is not new. In the island of Yap, and I'll give a brief background because I see not so many hands. In the island of Yap, there were big stones on the island, and people were owed those stones. And to do business, when somebody would transfer a stone, everyone from the island would come together in one place, and they would say, well, now George is transferring his stone to Esmeralda. And Esmeralda is transferring 10 chickens for that. And everybody would write it down on their book. That's how the early blockchain started. So, to really understand how NFTs or blockchain can help us and can help us innovate and can help us stimulate, we need to go back to the purpose of the technology. We need to go back to the base. Why are we doing this and why do we need this? So first of all, ownership. Just a piece of paper. I could basically just print it in my house and say, hey, I owe this and that and this and that. Whereas tomorrow, transactions in the blockchain, they're irreversible, they cannot be frauded, and that's my next slide, fake items, authentication. So, ownership, you can really prove it's yours. Secondly, real versus fake. We see many brands are struggling with a black market. And we look at Gucci, Louis Vuitton, I don't know, any people in the audience who's wearing something from a brand. I guess many hands will go up. You show your hand if you like to wear something from a brand. How do you prove that what you're wearing is real? Oh, I can see it. If you put an NFC chip in it and you connect it to the transaction in the blockchain, then you can prove it. And also from a secondary market perspective, this can be interesting. Also from a sustainable perspective. Imagine electronic goods being all created and sold through the blockchain. And imagine a brand like KitchenAid. Who has a KitchenAid device in his house? Some people? I don't see many hands. Imagine a device like KitchenAid in your house, or a phone, a TV, and imagine all those devices being sold through the blockchain. We can see the transactions. We can then also map the secondary market, because through the blockchain, everything is visible. And by mapping the secondary market, a factory could basically adjust their production based on the need in the market and the availability. Thirdly, insurance. How many times does it happen that you lose a proof of an item? And I will go deeper into that a little later in the presentation. But how many times does it happen that you cannot show that you actually purchased an item? Or imagine in 20 years from now, if your full house, everything you bought, everything you owe, was bought, whether it's in the metaverse or a real house, doesn't really matter. But anyway, imagine you bought everything through the blockchain and your house burns down. You know, the first thing your insurance says, prove me that you got it. Prove me that that TV was hanging there. Maybe you emptied your house before you burned it down. So, from an insurance perspective, that's also why I believe this technology can help businesses and also us people to use it. Assumptions. I'm assuming we will use this technology, and I'm assuming we will need this for our future. But do we really need it? We're all thinking about that. And we're all here because we think, but maybe something else is coming. We don't know I don't have a glass ball, this is the future. Now, where are we headed? I believe we're heading towards an era where NFTs and the blockchain technology will basically replace serial numbers. Imagine going to IKEA. Who has been to IKEA? Nobody, of course. Of course, many people have been to IKEA. People go to IKEA even just to sit, eat meatballs, or to watch how their house would look like. Now imagine going to IKEA with your wife, your kids. It's a fun day sometimes to go to IKEA. Anyway, imagine going to IKEA and in IKEA you decide to buy a bed, a closet, a table, a chair, and you take all your items and you go to the register. And you bought 4 items. So you have the first item, beep, the second item, beep, the third item, beep, and the fourth item. And it's $1,000. Now, when you pay at IKEA, what do you get? You get a receipt. Thank you. At least one person is awake. You get a receipt. Now, that receipt is worth shit. Mind my language. It's worth shit. Most people, 55% of people, lose their receipts within 2 weeks. Who keeps their receipts? Please raise your hands if you keep your receipts. I don't see that many hands. Most people don't keep their receipts. And for the smart people in the audience who go, oh, but Bruno, I get an email and I keep the email. Well, I will send you an email tomorrow, and in 2 years from now, I will ask you to find my email back. How many times does it happen that you don't find back that so important email? Happens all the time, to all of us. So that's where I believe NFTs and the blockchain technology will come and play an important role. Now, I don't need to really explain how to make it possible, of course. The audience has metaverse. A few people, well, more than I thought, that's cool. Who in the audience has a ledger? Again, a few people. But the average Joe, imagine the owners of a ledger. Could you imagine your mom owning Madagascar ledger? No. And that's why we have created custodial wallet. That's why there's companies out there, startups, innovation, creating custodial wallet. Imagine going to IKEA, buying your 4 items with a fingerprint or just with a login and password, connecting your custodial wallet to your IKEA purchases, and everything is in your custodial wallet. It's like your wallet then in the blockchain online. And that's where life gets more easy. Now, at Liftify, my company, we have built all that, and we have created a platform to help businesses to go from Web 2 to Web 3. Anyway, for all that to happen, we need mass adoption to happen. And we all think mass adoption is already happening, but it's not. It's not happening yet. Today there is 1.5 million NFT holders, which is 0.0015% of the world. It's not mass adoption. Mass adoption will only happen if we all together spread the word, if we all together make it easy and accessible, and if we get governments on board. And we all dream about driving Lamborghinis and buying apartments in Dubai and Singapore and London, but let's get our feet on the ground. Let's get our feet on the ground. Yeah, this is a picture taken right after Luna. I wasn't smiling that much, guys. Anyway, spread the word. It's really important to spread the word. Now, who in the audience already bought an NFT? Also a bit more than I thought. That's really cool. Where the real value is, and you have to agree or not agree, but I think where the real value is physical comes to digital. That's where the real value is. The blockchain technology things and businesses need. And to move forward and get all these brands further onboarded, we need government. To take their hands together, to sit around the table, and to get some regulation in place. And of course, while we get regulation in place, people will venture and entrepreneur and do things. But there are some people around the world in jail for very stupid reasons, There is a guy in the US, 40 years plus 2 times life in prison because he created Silk Road. He did a few suspicious things, but does he deserve 2 times a life sentence? Because he was innovating? He was doing something innovative? No, he doesn't. So that's why I really think that governance is needed. We need somehow some guidance from our government, and that's also the task of the government to create innovation. The government needs to either give us more money or take less money from the people to create more innovation. And we need that because otherwise we can go back to the times where cowboys and Indians were shooting at each other and stealing each other's lands. Today we'd be stealing each other's ledgers or MetaMask or hash keys, or we don't want that. So that's why we need some sort of regulation in place. And of course, we're all Satoshi believers. We all have some anarchistic thoughts about how the world should look like. But a world without guidance is not going to work. We need some guidance. And rules, of course. Anyway, today we are still a very small community. Who owes Bitcoin in the audience? Kind of disappointing. Not financial advice, but buy some Bitcoin tonight. To make all this happen, we need mass adoption. If you don't create mass adoption, it's not going to happen. And we can all drive Lamborghinis in 10 years, 15, 20 years from now. We'll all be millionaires. Eh? If you owe 0.25 Bitcoin tomorrow, you basically will be a millionaire in 10, 15 years from now. But I gotta say, a bread will cost $15 to $20. So what's the point of being a millionaire if life will be 15 times more expensive? When we talk about government, we usually also talk about taxes. Who likes to pay taxes? A few people. Now, I want you all to stand up. Please, stand up. Please, everyone. Let's get some exercise going. People, come on. Alright. You know, I'm not going to promote taxes. Also, there are the back people. Come on, everybody get up. I'm not going to promote taxes. But the reason why we pay taxes is very simple. You all have family, right? You all have family. You all have a father, mother, or hopefully, and you all have kids, cousins. You all have once a year or once every 2 years a big family fest, big family party. In every family, there is this one guy who lost it all. And if you don't have that guy in your family, just sit down. But in every family, there is this one guy who got cancer. There is this one guy who lost it all. There is this one guy who just bumped up on the... As a community, and I really like that we are so promoting community, as a community we see that the Bitcoin community, the crypto community, even the NFT community, they're creating their own system and they're organizing themselves to help other people. I'm part of a few projects that are building schools, they're building hospitals, they're helping flooded regions, they're helping regions where there is dryness happening. So the blockchain community is doing this. They're kind of paying taxes. Not to the government, but they're giving back. And that's what taxes is all about. It's about giving back. So in order for mass adoption to happen, in order for more and more businesses to start using this amazing technology, because it's an amazing technology that we have in front of us, with the blockchain, with NFTs, with crypto, with digital currencies. In order for all that to happen, we need compliance and we need somehow regulation in place. Of course, we want to avoid scams and we want to avoid people trying to sabotage. I don't know, anybody in the audience who experienced a scam in his life? Raise your hand. Most people, right? I lost $1.5 million in 2018 for startups. One guy got arrested in the US, and then COVID came. The guy raised $54 million, and then he got extradited out of the US. His punishment is he can never come back to the US and he can never do business in the US. He has $54 million at an Ether price of $1,000 back then. So that's why we need somehow some regulation in place to avoid these kind of things and to avoid the negative connotation that crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain, NFTs have. Because this technology is innovation, and we need to embrace this technology, and we need to move forward all together with this technology. And only then, all the major brands will join the station, the train that is leaving the station. Only then, all the major brands.
Again, all of these they're AI generated, so in my mind, they were nothing what I expected, but in a sense, if you open your mind, you get something really beautiful out of this, and you get something completely different. And so this is the next one. This one is actually a 1,000 people conference in Bled, including metaverse, NFT, hyper-retail. So I'm guessing that all of these, to me, they remind me of, the second two remind me of the neural networks, and the first two remind me of the lake, and just look at this. I vaguely knew about it, but we had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and he said, "Oh, have you heard about Outpay?" And I said, "Yeah, I've heard, but I don't really want to try it." And he was like, "No, look at the video, you should try it." And so, yeah, this is the result. So this one is also going to be a single token standard, then a corrected version, so that the arrows are pointing in the direction of our conference. This is the multi-token standard that's going to be available to you all. And so this is a slightly changed stickers, multi-token standard. And then we have, I've also made, I was just playing around, so I made 3 for representing the 3 days of the conference. So that's 1, 2, and 3. And they're basically mashups. They're all created with either English or Dali. That's it. And in the afternoon, I'll be taking the speech hopefully in a slightly different direction. And I'll show you, because these are very conceptual, I will show you some that perhaps look a little bit more realistic or artistic. Yeah, I think that's it for me. For now, anyway. Thank you.
These are powerful. Thank you. Thank you. So, later, if I can, I will just continue to invite the panelists of the panel we have. Are you all in the room already? Please, join your face. Anya, Maria, Errol, Alex. Thank you, Paul.
That's one thing, and then another question I have is, I'm aware legal practitioners, so I hope this project we finalize what the right strategy for being compliant or start with the legal documents would look like, and then we implement that strategy. So that's in short what happened.
Thank you. Very similarly, I'm the founder of educating regulators on the EU level on crypto. And at the same time, I have multiple years of experience working and advising projects. I'm very excited about the topic of open data, and I'm looking forward to talk more about it.
Hi everybody, my name is Eva Pango, and I'm General Manager of Nearbox. Near is actually one of the layer 1 blockchains, so I'm here more from the technology side, but also the point is that regionally we are building and growing the ecosystem by educating people, not just customers, but corporations as well, and organizations. We also have grants, so
My name is International Trusted Blockchain European
connect, yes. And everybody could connect in this, like some kind of model of international station.
Did you not understand me? Develop and make it over actually how we do it. This is now possible when we get the solutions. This is
I would like to say that all opportunities has also challenges. So this mantra is also valid to metaverse. Metaverse has a lot of changes which will bring us tremendous opportunities. So if we look on metaverse, we know metaverse is still a little baby, and we know that a lot of opportunities are there. So to have these opportunities, we should see them as huge, will bring us from 2D level to another level. So for the consumers, and I think for three challenges, like the first one, the metaverse have their own content operation systems, but to have to be connected like the internet world, we should have such a platform or I would say operating system that everybody will benefit will metaverse. Secondly, I believe the usefulness of the metaverse, because today I believe metaverse is like a fashion for everyone. Everyone to involve, but everyone to have a part, a piece of the fame of metaverse. So to have the usefulness, first of all, it should be not having the usefulness. First of all, it should be not only one vendors, it will be many vendors that are doing. There is a big room for many vendors. Because today when we are talking to a metaverse, you should use VRs or AR, which is really expensive to the biggest part of the community. So I think it should be more cheaper system to be used in the details of the metaverse. And I think it's also good for the companies, which is new approaches and new technologies or reasons to get metaverse to some use in many sectors. You know that in health, also in healthcare, it is very important. And I think it will be not only the metaverse in gaming sector, but it will be benefited by the whole sector.
Yeah.
I agree, and maybe if I can add on this is what we need to understand about metaverse and about whole Web3, we are still very, very early, and it's still in the mind of the bigger players, it's still the experimentation phase. So there's a lot of experiments going on, there's also a lot of funding going into these experiments, but it's very early, it's not mature. And what happens when it's an experiment, you obviously want to have experiment in a more, let's say, controlled environment. And in this way, it's easier to put metaverse just maybe on one protocol and focus on one direction, because you're still testing. You want to see how the users are reacting, if there's some revenue that can potentially come from these things, etc. What I believe is when we really start working and enabling interoperability is when the whole metaverse market starts to develop a bit more, when the use cases are going to be represented in technology. It's like Web2. The technology is here, but the technology needs to follow and needs to develop in the terms of what is the request, what is the need. So when there will be a larger need, requested from the larger sites and larger potential opportunities, this is when the whole interoperability will probably start accelerating faster, because you're just going to need to solve the need.
So I would like to focus maybe a little bit on the word open. So we're talking here about the open metaverse and what is the difference between the open metaverse and the closed metaverse. decentralized. At least this is my understanding. So how do we build the decentralized? Usually the metaverses are applications on top of blockchains, if you think about open metaverses. And then we need to think about, okay, are those blockchains first open and decentralized? I would say that most of the blockchains we have, at least the permissionless ones, are. And then how to build a permissionless application on top of this permissionless blockchain. Usually this requires a lot of thinking. Every step of the way needs to be, I think, addressed and seen how this can actually be done in practice. We have not seen a lot of experiments or a lot of very successful use cases. We know about Sandbox, we know about Decentraland, and I think that we can learn a lot from what they have done already, but also looking in the past what decentralized autonomous organizations in general have done. So we know that the first DAO we talked about was in 2016. Then from then on, at least the ones that I know and I'm speaking to, I would say if you want to learn more or if you haven't yet seen how they work, especially in their forums and discussions, maybe MakerDAO, or now we have a new DAO, Safe, for the Safe wallet. There's also a lot of applications like Snapshot or applications that, for example, a project like Zodiac is building. So those are all things that have been thought of for years, and now we can also use them in the metaverse or into building an open metaverse. And I think that this is, in a way, a personal decision of every team or every community that we want to be open, and also putting a lot of effort into that. Of course, there are also a lot of challenges when we think about growing a DAO, how to coordinate, how to grow this community, how to make it effective, still to the point that we are building something and then something comes out as a product, or again, community and the whole metaverse. But we also have some legal challenges, or at least we need to think about them. And yeah, I can speak hours about this, but I think that for now this is enough.
First, however, I can go through from the very different perspective. And that's the question is almost like philosophy. What is it mean to be a metaverse, and then again, what does it mean to have an open metaverse? I mean, first, when you think of whatever we call today meta, it's probably, or usually because we don't necessarily know how to classify it, at least pending time in space. So we just call it meta for a couple of years, maybe decades. And then once we surpass that moment, we figure out how to distinguish from everything that we knew previously. So all of a sudden it's no longer going to be meta, but in 200 years we're probably going to find something else that we're going to be again calling meta. That's just one thing. The other thing, we just addressed that first, having coffee, was basically how having coffee was basically how hostile the environment was a couple of years ago. So we were already thinking about how to convert everything that was happening. There was plenty of blockchains, plenty of people developing different projects, and we wanted to bring them together because there were drawbacks. There were a lot of things that we needed to address for the regulators for creating the security. And yes, we invited everybody in the same space to the same conference because we're not saying we don't want to talk to this going like very bad relationships or stuff like that. And so two steps to see the convergence going into the network. The first thing we need to try to unite all these people coming together and having something in common, recognizing that for the time, and then possibly for a legal person that might convert or happen to block focus agreement, maybe, but the legal application after. So before that, we probably have to figure out where is it that is going to be converting, right? And when we're seeing another, so we're going to be. But then when you see cases, it's not really today. It has plenty of data available, and when we network and have plenty of users to actually influence the things that do. So I'm not seriously have the possibility that at this stage, probably, especially from the regulatory community, but really that we have
point to the last year on the web too. Stuff like that is probably going to happen in the future, but there's a lot of frequency and a lot of intention that people will have to raise up or speak about. So we actually know ways in which we approach it in a better way.
RSS Technology Park is a community for years already. We are advocating for introducing the concepts to the company. We are speaking about these are also the reasons.
How many of you realize whether this is so important that if people don't have experience, even with bureaucracy, then it's a metaverse. So one point, one stop shop for the metaverse where everybody could come and see there is a lot of metaverse. You can build your own metaverse. Every company will have their own metaverse. So we will have a lot of metaverse, really a lot of. I think maybe 7 billion or even more, for the years. So this is why this is so important then, because we should have a vision that all these metaverse will have some kind of really important things, but not for us. Maybe just for the one people or companies or even the kids will have their own metaverse. So this is the most important thing. So yeah.
To add knowledge, and I completely agree. It started long. 10 years later, it's super mature area. I think the same thing has to happen with WFV, vendors, specific vendors. Last weekend, and I talked to one of the representatives of a global brand. They launched something with the metaverse, and I asked, how was the experience for you? They were testing it, right, on a global scale. It took 2.5 months to build this, and it was okay, but it was so I think this is the key point, we need to remove restrictions, we need to help them hold their hands again, help them onboard in these
of Facebook case, but we should not forget that there will be another opportunities. For example, with the artists or a musician, they have a new way because this command went from the publishers to the artists. But we should say that the metaverse is still evolving, so there will be many opportunities for many other companies. So we do not say, for example, it is not whether you eat some commissary or the cake, everybody has a
one opportunity that you see and you share that.
In terms of
letters.
See, I mean, we just invested.
way, there could be maybe some challenge. Yes, but I would like to future, and it's not just going to be universities. And we're already seeing the software companies developing their own education is going to really change and explode. But we don't have university training on offer. In addition,
years, maybe decades, and in the same place, in the technology space, you start to wonder if we are the right people. And in that given context, I think we need to change our mindset, and instead of trying to retain people, both these technical people, so how to attract, and also we are looking for an ecosystem of the startups that will invest in DeFi solutions. So we have our ecosystem platform, and what has changed is that in our mindset we have to constantly be creating like this software developers where juniors are trained constantly and then evolve within the organization with the expectation that eventually they will move to other places, and that's part
entrepreneur my whole life, and we are shaped in real life. So it's like one of the most important traits of an entrepreneur is endurance. So it's like keeping, trying over and over again until they make it right, because never the original idea is the one that makes it. So I think for entrepreneurs, we need to create an environment where entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, first-time entrepreneurs, have the environment to try and fail, because that's part of the process. It's very similar to innovation. In innovation, you value not only productive output, but also like the failures are part of the output you are expecting. Entrepreneurs, you have to have that mindset of innovation. And of course, once you have this pipeline of young entrepreneurs that have gone through first startup, then you have more seasoned reliability for bigger projects.
Critical mass of people in those industries, healthcare, education, and so forth, and they're trying to in the way that they've always done their business strategies, and this is simply not going to work. So I think there's a massive task to be done. First of all, envisioning that potentially are going to either benefit.
Makes a sort of partnership. Very problem with innovators and labor. If you are an entrepreneur at the top of your game, you are to trust in yourself. And also, the problem is the culture, but the true assistance is threatened by the need for entrepreneurs or leaders and build the solutions of the future and let entrepreneurs. It might be
The subject of the panel, number 2 for areas of knowledge, of access to market, of innovation, the consequences of all of these new technologies, and in a much faster way than we traditionally use research. So I think that that's a challenge that's out there, and I totally agree with your point about, people have to learn to use the data and use it in the right way.
We are eventually collecting offline and not online. We are collecting the data in physical and virtual. So I think for me it's very important that when I see a startup, we try to invest in top of them. For me, the most important thing is the user experience. So how are we going to be onboarding the people, the community? Because after all, we're currently, I think, at 5% globally people are in blockchain. So I think this number is increasing, which is fantastic. And I think that the main challenge right now is still the user experience. It's hard to convince older generations and millennials that it's really important to have the power to start it off with.
Just a second. Okay, but we treat startups as users. First user is startup in the metaverse, okay? Who is getting experience from? This is the question.
I think, like the startup wants to encounter people that they try to discover the user first, the concept to buy. And I think this is the best way for the startup. Because they can really get that first knowledge. We have a very in time where people can explore and
a company that I'm involved in, which is actually a listed public company on the stock exchange in London. And this company, your mum, your grandpa, your auntie, your uncle can buy shares in the company and invest in blockchain, Web3, metaverse, GreenFi, and so forth. And so it takes away the problem of having a crypto wallet, having private keys and all the rest of it. And from my experience, I think I've lost more crypto than I've ever bought. So the first thing that we look for is like a clear value proposition. The future really see the size of the market that we're trying to go into,
especially for me, because for usually every idea at the first sight is going to be different a year from now or 2 years from now. So for me, the vital part is always the team. That I can see that one virtual style, I see that the world is faster. I see that the data rate is faster, which is good. You really need to go fast. Like I said, at the end, it keeps you. Yeah, I agree. There's no value, new value or better value created for society, but that's where you start. You say the idea behind it has value for society. That's a kind of political idea to a product, to the minimum viable product, to validation of the idea. So getting the company willing to pay for that, and finally going to sustainability, reaching the here one. So you need a team that will be either capable of going through those three phases, or will be willing to add, because that's another thing, that the element of how a team that is to new members that will incorporate the skills that they are missing in order to get to the finish line. Because once basically you are sustainable, you are no longer a startup, you are an enterprise. So that's the thing. It's like the team is everything, as I said, and from the team, endurance is the most important thing. It's like you can have the right idea. Timing is another element, but that's why endurance is so important. Because if you have a good idea but the timing is not right, and you keep iterating and you don't give up, eventually the timing will come. So I think it's like idea, timing, and endurance, and that's relies a lot.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. I think that, and I should be the first day. Because training mission started. So our event we will share future startups, and I hope that we will go more and more.
Is it just me? Exciting, and the discussions are just amazing. We're a bit over time, but who cares about time? We're having fun, yeah? Yeah, round of applause. It's great, it's awesome. Now, unless we are in the matrix, we are learning, we're gaining new knowledge, we're growing, we're transforming right now here because of everything.
Three extremely well guests in a very peculiar educational and connecting educational with virtual reality and networks and so on. Hi, my name is Eric. I'm coming from Bled City. Bled City exists 5 years already, and it's a creation of kids from 7 and we are using new technologies, especially just let's say, not to expose them too much, but I'm Marco. I'm the founder of VOVR. VOVR is an VR video streaming platform. Some part of it, it's known as the best VR video player, but it's also the whole idea of VOVR is a huge powerhouse from behind. Basically, we connect everything, a lot of peripherals hands in VR, and you can interact with video, basically gamifying the whole scene. It multiplies perception and cognitive elements of a video as we know it. So we are transforming from flat videos, like where you are passive, where you are passively experiencing much of material. So we assume and we know that it works for people instead of the body presence, and material is kind of like we can teleport. So in real life we can. Which can define some basic practices. as company. And it's much more interactive. So interactivity plus multimedia plus augmented reality is really students as well for us to experience stuff. And there are a lot of theories and and the gist of it is that if you just read about something or hear about something, the impact of this knowledge is much less than if you try in VR and AR and augmented reality, you can actually try new experiences. But here, there are some areas. One is, which is really important, and it goes into that with the kids or does, they will increase knowledge faster and better, and they are more motivated to do it. And I would say it's also good, obviously. You need to learn new stuff, and it's much more fun and effective to learn in VR simulation or AR simulation. And what we're doing, actually, there's a lot of talent at the faculties, and we have some really nice examples of how to use, let's say, mixed reality for learning how to best place video or lighting, or how to learn how to use audio mixers and basic examples. This technology can be used furthermore how to enhance the elementary textbooks with augmented reality content, which is much more exciting for you. And also, there's some interesting smart opportunities where we try to use specific disruptive technologies how to enhance artificial future. Also, we can use this extended realities to actually enhance real learning and hosting.
When we were hosting some school in Bled, one day they said, we are learning about history. Could we see something about history in nuclear life? And we work with that property and we have a more about US city Iran. And when the kids some things that we saw about what they need, how the buildings are, and it's learn much faster than parallel text which don't use the what is your vision for this year? How will you learn?
I would say that this classical pedagogical approach will still be there, definitely. Teachers will still be there, but as I said before, you will be able to tell all the time to go back in the past, to teleport into the other years, to see everything very tangible, even fragile. So the learning process will be more immersive experience than just reading books. So that's, in my opinion, the biggest difference in what we actually change.
We will be self-improving based on
It's funny because education is, especially college education, is possible of tradition and innovation. Because it's a huge socializing tool, it's work school, and it's basically we are on the ground for this tradition innovation, how do we learn to be a part of society, how do we interact. And out of it, I see that there are multiple as the cognitive value of VR is much because of that. And you can learn much faster with the tools of VR. And right now it's a matter that it's another topic, and time to listen to VR. So technology progresses, both hardware part, software part, conceptual part progresses, and we are looking for some use cases. I think that probably next starting from next year we will have some like actual projects that kids, colleges will have like regular VR experiences and so forth.
Nice. Yeah, I agree with what you said. I think in the new video application you will see like applied interface with vision learning, classroom, environment. Teachers obviously have an important role in their technology, but they should also mentor their students. We should also, let's say, let them fail in a controlled way. It's really important and it's really cheap when you're in high school or in college to experience there. I think industry and startups also have a very good So VR enables us to experience many more things. Not only to see like book if you have book, you can have sizes like real sizes exaggerated everything. Or if you have some the school or even and of course if you have some really topics. So if you have opportunity to share this equipment with schools, it's very nice. Everyone yes.
I think we're not going to happen on the outside before the change, and actually we're doing it too late. Don't you agree with me? You said board is staying off on the web.
I always agree with you. I can't help myself.
Yeah, you should. I think it's a very good choice. I always agree with me. Do you all agree with me as well? Yes? Okay, so we're going to play now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's really cool to play games before that, isn't it?
Oh, sure.
Yeah? Yeah, okay. We're going to talk about how to gamify the metaverse, I guess, or how to use the metaverse to gamify whatever we're doing in the metaverse. Shall we play a game as well? Shall we count the times, the many times we hear the word meta in this debate? How about we gamify this debate? What do you think? Okay, let's make a bet. Let's do better. What are we betting on? Well, it's just like a...
If you hear less than 5 times?
Less than 5 times? Oh my god, I'm gonna be so drunk. No, that's not a good idea. But let's do a bet. More than 5, less than 5.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what do you think? Is it going to be more than 5 or less than 5? More, of course. We already agreed.
I'm moderating the panel, so I kind of know already.
Okay, so he's going to be leading the conversation in a different direction.
I'll read the panel.
Oh my god, that is so... Okay, so we have Mr. Christian Bejček here from the independent video game and app development studio Grow. Please welcome him to the stage. So many people right now are saying the video and they don't come. I think they're in the metaverse. Martin, are you again going to help me out? No? We are looking for a Mr. Christian Bejček. Okay, for sure know someone who's going to come up on stage. This is Mr. Anita, and I want to believe that if you weren't on the line yet, I also want to invite to the stage the lovely Ayla who's coming to us from New York, and it's definitely going to tell us a couple of really cool things from the projector side of things. Yes?
I'll be honest with you.
Oh yeah, I know that already. Okay, and we also have the lovely Clayton, in addition who we had the opportunity to listen to yesterday, who is the co-founder of WFV, a very successful story from Slovenia. Okay, so let's the games begin.
about the metaverse, and also Luke here has mentioned how metaverse is different from gaming, and we also talked about Web3 and blockchain and NFTs and how to support new business models. So at some point we will have the use of NFTs in mainstream games quite soon, but we already have NFT games, and there's something that is called game finance, because everything is an asset. You buy things in games, you use things in games, you can be outside of games, but these assets can be used in a different way. So today we're going to discuss a little bit about what is it blockchain gaming right now, where is it going, how is it different from mainstream gaming, is there things, and is there a point in time when these things are going to grow and how they will look like? I'll have 3 of the final slides. Gaming, technology, blockchain, game fine, right? Here helping me with that. And I'm wondering whether you guys want to introduce yourself to the audience, or you've done it already. You guys are doing the introductions. Okay, shall we do 6 seconds practice? That's something else.
My name is 60 seconds. Wait, I'm going to use 20 seconds for something else, so what was that before we go on stage? Was that before we go meta? Was it meta or meta? I already said something, so, my name is Bled. I'm a former core employee of Upland, one of the leading blockchain powered games. Since then, I've had a consultancy where I've been advising on other strategies since 2020. And as of earlier this year, I'm also the honorary ambassador of the Blockchain Gaming Alliance. I'm part of the business.
I'm one of the co-founders of Polis, WFV Policies, and we started talking about the crypto.com and now later the gamified gaming.
Hello. If you don't know me, I will introduce myself again. I'm Ravin Tan. This morning I'm a businessman, but now in this panel, I'm a gamer. NFT gaming company with a team that, if you guys know the company called Blizzard, I started one company with the ex-team of Blizzard. I invested that a blockchain company, which is we want to start a new project we launched.
Excellent. Just as a short my experience with blockchain gaming is somewhat limited. I have a lot of experience with metaverse. One thing that I've done is that I've started 4 days ago. Not the last question. So the first question, I guess, or the first theme will be is, maybe if you could give us a short introduction to blockchain games, because you won't be exposed to mainstream games for decades, you will play them, change over time, become more monetized, do slows, and do results. But blockchain gaming, I guess, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different how the users use this, it's a little bit different how money is earned, it's a little bit different how things are played and blockchain games. So it'd be great to hear some thoughts on that, and maybe we can start with Alpha.
Okay. So this, as a businessman, as a gamer, when we design a blockchain game, we go for 2 very important factors that we design. First is how do we build the ecosystem inside the blockchain game. I mentioned again the ecosystem. Second, we were one other than ecosystem. We try to create some content related to blockchains. As we know, a game is not easy. When design a game, which is we implemented blockchain technology, it is more difficult than you designed a normal game. So, our games, we designed the ecosystem, which is our direction will be in-game tokens,
and also NFT. And then the ecosystem will be using the tokens and the NFT recycled within apps. So this is the direction that we design. And then it is not easy, guys. It is not easy to develop in WFV for my personal. We spent about 6 months. And then we come up with different versions of blockchain games. And this year we come up, we upgrade our version to metaverse version blockchain games. So this is what I start my games and the directions and how my teams to design the games, ecosystems, and also the games content. This is what we do now.
Our meeting more talk about what we think maybe our in my opinion, the thing is that protocols came up with this blockchain as one of the utility protocols. So I don't know if you agree with me, but I work on these games as being they're two games. And but that incentive is spoken. And what we are doing is as people, we like to speculate on things. And the main thing, I believe, for that is speculation. And the mass adoption will not come, these kind of games will come better, much better games, but it's the first step. And it's also like a good thing, in my opinion, because there are some places on earth where those people who play the games, especially in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, and so on, they benefit from this kind of things. So it's, in my opinion, you cannot go from here to there in one straight line. It's iterations out there. So maybe I would, ask you, what do you think?
Let's see. Well, I think you described the situation very accurately. I'll add like a few from the original thing. So first of all, it's important for everybody to know what the phi in GameFi stands for, right? Phi meaning DeFi, GameFi, that's finance. The reason it's called GameFi is because that's kind of like another side of the same coin as Bitcoin. What's happening with blockchain games is that all of a sudden you have a way of producing the next iteration of what was once upon a time called the virtual economy. The virtual economy is something that started in video games. What happened was, once upon a time, you used to go to an arcade decades ago, right? And you put a quarter in a machine, you play a game, and that's where this got from. Then the games became more complex, right? So you put it on a computer, on a video game console. Eventually, the game became so complex that there were actual in-game economies. In-game economies devised from all sorts of digital items, virtual goods as they're called, that some of them had external utility and some of them were strictly outside. But the economies became so complex that people were actually putting their real life money into these game economies. So you have all sorts of situations, I think the most famous of which was probably either Counter-Strike or World of Warcraft, where people were either buying in-game items or earning them through hard work or through luck or chance, and then selling them on eBay for people who didn't want to go through the process of trying to acquire it themselves, which was actually a very lucrative thing. Now, with blockchain, you can do that all in a very automated, clean, and trustless way. So it's actually very, very interesting. And you think that people would use that in a simplified, just more evolved version of what I was explaining before. But what's actually happened is that because with blockchain, you can do so many interesting things that you can actually profit from and then sell. That's the nature of tokenizing digital asset. Many of these companies think about the financial aspect first. Why? Because with blockchain, you have something known as royalties, which means that every time that somebody sells something on the blockchain that is purchased or sold in cryptocurrency, a piece of it can automatically be sent to the original creator of the token, which in this case would, for example, be the game studio. So if somebody thinks studio let's make a web. creating NFTs, which are supposed to represent in-game items, before the game even exists. And then you have a whole order of speculation for a game that sometimes never manifests. I think that's the situation you're kind of alluding to, but I feel like that situation is, especially with the current market, which is actually very much down, we're having more efficient uses of the blockchain we've seen, including especially in gaming, where it's closer to what it used to be decades ago, and it's not strictly speculative. That's just what the current state of the
I might just revert briefly on what you mentioned. I guess going straight to AAA, the local game is possible, extremely hard. And there are projects that do that, but they have AAA funding as well. They don't have AAA experience in terms of the need to apply all the time and it is to try. But, it's the dream that we need to take this in. It's going to happen. So, some wonderful insights, and I guess the first one that comes to mind is that when I hear about talk about in-game assets, in-game economies, virtual economies before with web platforms, user walk-in, the platforms had the right to change the assets that users thought they owned, which actually compelled the to create Ethereum because it was one of the assets for change and people are pissed off. So I'm wondering, if we move on to open economies, to open liquid markets, to all these assets being there, but also to the gamers being an asset of sorts. Right? When you look at play to earn gaming and so on and so forth, it seems like there's a bit of a difference in how we approach the game. So I'm wondering, maybe taking a look from the established gaming industry perspective, or active gaming industry perspective, if you will, how do they see that big game? Because we believe, because we are from that field, that we have the classification of industry is wonderful and fair. But my impression is that sometimes they establish industries has a different.
Sure. So are we looking at traditional gamers? So I can say that as a traditional gamer myself originally, that's how I actually got into blockchain. I was not a crazy cryptocurrency trader, so about that. In fact, I found cryptocurrency to be an enormous pain originally. My position has changed. But the point is that I got into it because I was like, wow, all of this stuff that I was talking about before, with the virtual economy and actual game assets, you can do this in a more intricate, more automated, clear and justice way. Unfortunately, I think that improper communications, but also with the nature of what we were talking about before, how game studios are currently using it, right? As a source of funding or to, for game finance without the game actually existing. These are people who pride themselves on fun, right? On being actually good at the game, on being, participating in the game. And I think that with time, they will see the value that I see, but at the moment, that's not the case. There were also several attempts at doing it in the AAA sector. I think the most famous example is probably Ubisoft so far, where because it wasn't exactly launched, in my personal opinion, with the proper communications, right? The proper user experience design. So it was just a miserable failure, and that just fueled the fire even more of the traditional gamers saying, this is ridiculous, and we don't want to touch this thing. So I feel that the current state of things is, there needs to be a lot of, not necessarily education is the word, but the proper way to pushing this technology in the industry.
I totally agree and share some things why one of the things that with me invested about half minutes ago. I play World of Warcraft when I'm kids. Until today, I never give up my account. This is a key point. So, almost 10 years, this game has been launched. Although I grow up, I have my kids, I have my family, I have my business, but I never give up my account because all my assets in the games that I developed for many years, I still keep it with. From this prospect as a traditional games, I do believe WFV has a future. But I agree with my friends say that current state, many big company, game company, or some blockchain stuff company, they still finding a way, a good ecosystem way that develop game fees to become a new gaming sector about game fees. This is why I tried last year, but honestly, I tell everyone here, the game project that I invest failed. I'm not going to share how I make money, but I failed of the code because I'm losing my user, especially in these 3 months, from active user until now, I dropped about 60%. So today in this panel, I also try to learn something from my friends. You need more, not only the skill, but you need more branding, more marketing plans for Web3 games. Thank you.
NFTs, or we can use another batch of NFTs. How many people can play? We don't think this is the way to go. So that's why for us we're calling it maybe that 2.5. We're trying to achieve something. Our holders or the holders of the NFT will have benefits in it. So they will be able to lend those NFTs to other players. But other players, they can come traditional Web2 space, they can play the game, they will be copying those NFTs, they will not be even aware at the beginning, that they will be somehow connected to blockchains, no MetaMask connection or something like that. But along the way, they will earn some in-game currencies or other things in the game. And later on, maybe they will install MetaMask or whatever. We're talking about they will transfer those in-game currencies
That's a great overview, I guess, of a little bit. And a great segue to the next question. So, in recent years, in blockchain, we have this creation of play to earn. The players build assets, so they do special features, special items for the features, special powers for the items. They're able to do the features, so on and so forth. And thus, they will be able to play a blockchain game better, more successfully. In doing so, they will be able to both sell those assets, but then they will be able to earn even returns. Sounds like an economy, right? It is. Then entities, groups with large amounts of capital, decided to start buying those in-game assets. Those things that are great, that players want, in order to be able to earn them. And then probably, maybe someone has heard about a game called Axel Infinity, where this has become prevalent, and there was this model called Play to Earn, and there was this creation of many gaming guilds, which were created by whales, large funds, and so on and so forth, where they were buying up the assets, getting the games, scholars as they call them, lending them the assets, and then charging for that loan. Essentially, it was a renting loan, where the one who holds the most capital derives the most value, and the players were able to get that stock through the currencies. And that worked very well in developing countries such as Vietnam, Philippines, Southeast Asia in general, and so on and so forth. However, it was also a little bit of a Ponzi scheme, right?
is only possible in the bull market, and only possible while the game currency was appreciating and while the treasury was also. Now, since then, we have a change where currencies depreciated, not to the downturn, it became clear that these ways were not sustainable. But circular gaming is interesting, right? You do have economies, you can introduce players as active in those economies. It might be fair, and it might be something that will be able to withstand fun, and also negotiate demands.
Second attack, user is like what I say, we try to get something else from our in-games economy. So we find out there's two types of user. The interesting is, if we come up with something that the Indian economy that actually they can receive a real digital asset which is going to be converted to the fiat in the real life. Going to be converted to the fiat in the real life. This type of user is increased. Okay, however, when the heat is down, they find out if the game asset is just for the engaged activity economy. This type of user we will lose. However, when time going up and going up, we found that our loyalty players, users, they really want the engage. They really enjoy the engage economy. Like they can exchange their tokens for the engage economy, and that way they get some pairs, some warrior, some maybe engage money. So from the database, so we have now in the blockchains sectors in Asia, will be these two type of users currently we found out from what database.
Maybe I'll take it. Such an excellent response.
So this whole notion of play to earn, again, just so everybody here is on the same page with us, in case you don't know what it is, right? It's this notion where you can play a video game and actually produce income for it. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get rich, though for a while, this game that Boris mentioned, for example, Axie Infinity, the economy, US dollar equivalent or whatever, was so powerful. For instance, in the Philippines, people were actually able to make, on average, let's say, a certain amount of money per hour of playing a video game, which was more than they would earn if they worked like a blue-collar job in a store or something like that. So for a while, at least, we lived in this kind of like Eden, where instead of people really grinding away in some sort of workshop in all sorts of Asian countries, they were playing video games on their computer phone out there. That was actually a beautiful thing. But like Boris was alluding to, this was far from sustainable. And the economics on this stuff is still far from that point of equilibrium that we were talking about, where things won't be, I don't know the word sustainable, because I feel like that does have a connotation of everybody rich. Let's call it stable, right? Where it can stay at that point of equilibrium, which is really good. As a consequence of such, what we've seen in the industry is that, does anybody here use Bled browser? Oh, cool, great. So, the whole thing about a Bled browser, for whoever doesn't use it, it's an excellent browser by the way, I don't work with them, so I'm going to for saying that, that's full disclosure, is that they pay for your attention. The Bled browser model says, you're spending time using our web browser, you're engaging with it. So instead of stealing your attention, right, and selling it to other companies, we're going to reward you for your attention, and just by using it and doing little very non-intrusive ads that pop up, which you can also opt out of, you actually earn brave attention tokens, bad tokens, yeah? But here's the thing about it. You don't get rich from bad tokens. It's just like a few pennies here and there, a few dollars here and there, that by the end of the year maybe adds up to $200. Where am I going with this? The gaming models right now are leaning more towards something like that, also in terms of their communications, which, as we mentioned, are very important. And they're calling it, instead of play to earn, play and earn, right? So the notion is, let's go back to playing a game, right? Which is where we started. It's supposed to be fun. That's what this platform is supposed to do. But instead of playing for the purpose of earning money, we'll reward you by playing this game, and you'll also get a little something in addition to your fun. That's a far more stable model, and that's the place that things are going to right now. We don't know what's going to happen after that. If that's going to remain stable or sustainable, but that's the current place to accept.
Thanks so much. And a final question, a very quick one, not to keep you away from the food for too long. It is important. For each of you, future participants, where do you see gaming being emerging, or what is the role of blockchain in the cloud-based community? Is there a point where most people will go to the industry component, and how that will look like?
Yeah. Some of my friends who do mainstream blockchain to keep that. However, depend on the content that they say upstream. So, for my personal point of view, is about the game content. So, the game contents that make whether it's blockchain games or future meta games, the game contents will be one of the key that make users say,
Experience of people want to play.
I spend more than, I cannot count. I spend a lot of money in different games. When I get interest, like that.
In my opinion, the US
With all this talk of NFTs and the industry and so forth, it's easy to forget that the video game industry, regular video games, is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. That's a lot of money. That's more than the entertainment industry and the music industry combined, and that was several years ago. They're doing all of this without blockchain. Why? Because people like spending their money on video game items and virtual reality. Now, what blockchain does for that is, instead of just spending money and not necessarily owning it by community consensus, owning it only by the consensus of one specific operator that can lock you out of your account, you could have the same experience and also own it so that they can't do that to you. Therein lies the value. So my point is that I think that's where things are going to go, where it's going to look like today, but you're just going to have this added value where people can't take away your access because the community decides if you own it or not, and your wallet decides, your private keys decide if you have control over them or not. Right? And that is the essence of blockchain in and of itself. That's what it brings to the table in general as a technology. I think that, like you said, when everybody's using it, it's just going to become a non-issue. It's like saying that a game is programmed in Unity. Who cares, right? You're probably going but it gives you the value of actually owning your stuff so that nobody can take it away from you. So you can do whatever you want. Great. Realize it's your value.
Wonderful. Such a great point. Thanks so much for your insights, for your foresight, for your time. Thanks for a wonderful time, and thank you for your patience.
Does anybody count? Not that many, really. Yeah, it's like fine. We'll come quite close to the same time. Anyway, life is a game. Don't forget that. We're supposed to have fun, and I hope you're going to have a lot of fun eating right now, and I will be seeing you back here at 1:45. So we only have like 30 minutes for lunch. Don't worry. A lot of people are already there. Enjoy themselves, so I will send you. Find your way upstairs and enjoy yourself as well. We will see each other shortly. Ciao. Hello. Hello, 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 lovely people. Give yourselves a round of applause for lasting this long. A lot of people have already called it quits, but not us, not us. We're gonna go all the way, yeah? Are you gonna go all the way? Yeah, for sure. Okay, so right now we're gonna be hearing from an expert who has brought blockchain into Latin America. He was one of the pioneers beginning the year 2012, I think. We have a keynote speech on the topic of Internet of Value from Diego Gutierrez Zaldivar. Please, a round of applause. Make it a big one, guys.
Hello. There you go. Thank you very much for having me here. Great pleasure. And actually, I got into Bitcoin in 2011, but I didn't get it. So I think that's how it goes. No? Disruptive technologies are difficult to understand. And in the process, I started building the Bitcoin communities in Latin America in 2013, early 2013. And in that process, I was trying to find ways to explain this complex phenomenon, this innovation cycle we are into, with crypto and blockchain and decentralized value networks, in a simple way. No? So after a few years, in late 2015, I came out with this idea, this concept that what we are building is the Internet of Value. So I will try to explain why I think this is relevant and how it's changing our society and the potential that this will have for our society in the future. Part of that future is already happening, that's nice. So yeah, when I started this presentation 6 years ago, it was kind of futuristic. Today it's more realistic than futuristic. So, and you know, I will start with an analogy. You know, it's like if you think of what happened in the last 25, 30 years in the world, we saw a huge transformation caused by another innovation cycle, that is the birth of the internet. You know? So in the last 25, 30 years, we changed from a world where access to knowledge and information was centralized or intermediated into a world where knowledge and information was accessible to anybody from the palm of their hands. You know, like, it was impossible to think that we would have like free video conferences with any place in the world 30 years ago, or even 25 years ago. It was impossible to think that we could learn almost anything and even do full careers without going to a university, without going to an education institution. And today that's a reality. And that Internet of Information transformed multiple industries. It transformed the entertainment industry, it transformed the communications industry, the telecommunications industry. It transformed how media work. In the past, if I wanted to know what's going on in societies, I needed to go to the newspaper, to the TV channel, to the radio, to know what was happening. That's why they say journalism was the fourth power back then, because they could shape reality or how reality was perceived. That's no longer the case. Today we can access, you know, what's the feeling, the sentiment of society directly through social networks. And of course, you know, professional journalists still have value because structuring complex data systems is a job that you cannot do like instantly accessing a social network. So there's a room for that. But there's no longer a monopoly on that. There's no longer a monopoly on communications, no longer a monopoly on media or information. And that changes reality deeply. But there's something that this Internet of Information could not change. And that's something is money, finance, I would say the handling of value in all its forms. If you look at the financial system we have, it's more or less the same that we had when Marco Polo used to, trade things between Venice and Beijing, where we had an intermediary. We were giving Marco Polo our gold in Venice. He would give us a check or something like that, and we could go without carrying the gold to Beijing, to Peking, and actually redeem that gold with that check for an equivalent amount of gold minus, of course, Marco Polo's commission. No? So that system of intermediation that you might say has 700, 800 years in existence didn't change. That's the same principle that makes the financial system work. And you might say, but I get online and I do my banking online, I can shop online, so I think you're right, this is digital, it's accessible. But the reality is that when you are doing that, you are not actually handling your own money. What you are doing is interacting with many payment networks and giving orders to intermediaries to actually do the transfers of value between the accounts that they manage, and sometimes between multiple intermediaries that will do settlement among them. So you are not actually in control of your money, like you are in control of your information today. Well, that's a debatable thing, but but we could be in control of our information today. But in the financial realm, there was no way to actually manage your own money through a protocol, through the internet. And that's why, we have systems, we have financial systems that don't talk to each other properly. If you think on the SWIFT system, the international settlement system, it's very inefficient. It's like a wire can take a few, from hours to days, depending on the regions you are trying to connect, or might be impossible between two countries. The cost is high. Like in a digital world, why you have to pay $40 or $30 for a wire transfer? It makes no sense. And it's mostly because of these incompatibilities, and also because of the cost of controlling and overseeing those intermediaries. Intermediaries, as they accumulate more power, they need to be controlled and overseen, and that's why regulation and compliance is there, to keep these intermediaries in check, to make them fulfill their duties to the people who delegate their value into them. And also, even with all the regulations, all the compliance and systems, sometimes you have defaults and intermediaries that fail to honor their agreements, and then you have to have insurance, which also increases the cost of the system. So the thing is, with this model, and this is an evolutionary situation, with this model we reach the maximum level of efficiency we could achieve. Not that the model is wrong, but the model achieves the maximum capabilities it can achieve, right? And that leaves us with half of the population of the world unbanked and underserved. In some regions, even more. So the question is, why, if the Internet of Information could transform so many dimensions of our lives, could not transform how value is handled, how money is handled, how the financial system is handled? And the answer is pretty simple. Information is abundant. And to manage value, you need a scarcity. There were no way to create a scarcity in a digital world. The digital world is abundant, and that's the reason why the entertainment industry had to move from a model where they were distributing CDs or LPs or or the movies in a physical form into subscription mode, because they could no longer enforce that the control of the distribution of the entertainment pieces was in a physical medium, and there was no way to enforce that people would not share a movie or a song with their family and friends. So that was a fight that Napster had in the early 2000s with the music industry, and clearly Napster won. Although Napster itself failed, the concept tried, and that's why the industry changed. So one might say, okay, then we are doomed. There's no way to transform the financial system to have the same level of openness, inclusiveness that we achieve in communications, that we achieve in access to knowledge. And until a little bit over 12, 13 years, that was true. But then something, in my opinion, magic happened, and Bitcoin arrived. And I'm sure that for many of you, when I say Bitcoin, you don't think of an innovation cycle or a revolutionary technology. You think more about an asset or a cryptocurrency. And that's okay. It's like, because we always try to associate innovation with what we know. It's like it's okay to think of Bitcoin only as a currency or as a means of payment. We did this with the PC. In the early days of the PC, we thought it was just a typewriter that you didn't need liquid paper to. Many of you know what liquid paper is? No. Okay, there was this white glue that you would put on top of the wrongly typed words, so you could write again on top of it. So basically, you had a typewriter machine who could delete and rewrite parts of the text. That was the original thinking on the PC. Now we know that that's much more or less. We used to be in the long term, no? So you can say the first true global settlement network. And all these companies at a certain point in time, they accepted Bitcoin and used Bitcoin for payments, basically because it's very volatile. It's a network that is designed for other things. But you could argue that that was also an innovation of having a truly global settlement network. And my objective here is not to talk about Bitcoin, but how Bitcoin became the beginning of something else. And what Bitcoin brought as a technology was the way of creating digital scarcity. And it did that by combining three main things. It combined the blockchain, which all of you might know. I don't know how many of you understand what blockchain is. Raise your hands. Okay. I've read a lot of things. Blockchain itself is not so revolutionary. It's a ledger that has a very particular feature, that is each one of its pages is chained to the previous page in a way where if I change any record in the past, that will create a domino effect where the following records will be changed. So that per se is valuable in terms of auditing, knowing that that ledger haven't been manipulated, but per se is not interesting because if I only have one ledger, I have a single computer with that ledger, and somebody changes and hacks that ledger, I can see a change happen, but I cannot really know what was the right ledger, the previous ledger. So what Bitcoin did is added another element. In order to update the ledger, you need to do an economic contribution. So it added game theory to the process of updating the ledger in a way where, in order to have the right to add a new page to the ledger, you have to do a certain amount of computing work that will translate in energy. Therefore, you have to do a big investment in hardware, energy, and that was creating additional security. So even if a hacker wanted to change the ledger, they needed to do an economic contribution in order to do so. So for that, there was a cost of hacking the system. And as time goes by, as we have this chain of pages, the cost of changing the ledger became more and more important until it was economically unfeasible. That's why the proof of work is so important, because it's a way of creating game theory, embedding game theory into the security of the ledger. But that was not all. They say, okay, But let's go one step further and not have a single version of the ledger, have thousands of versions of the ledger, and have all these peers independently validate that the new information is conforming to the consensus, to the rules of the system. That's the consensus code. And when you combine this distributed ledger system with this economic, game theory-based security system, with this auditing system and the blockchain, what you have is the beginning, the birth of something new, which I call the Internet of Value. And I specifically choose value and not money, because I think this goes beyond money. This goes into, and that over the years has proven right, the NFT movement is an example of that, because it goes into anything that is subjectively valued for a human being. You know, value is not an objective thing, it's a subjective thing, and money, if you will, is the best attempt we have to bring some objectiveness to that subjectivity. No? When we use money, what we are trying to do is remove that subjectivity or find an encounter on different subjectivities on the value of something and attribute like a neutral unit of account to that. Not say, okay, this for me is worth this, and this for you is worth this, and then we come to an agreement. So money is a tool to achieve neutrality or in the exchange of that. And much like the Internet of Information was built in layers, so the first thing we did on the Internet was create a protocol to communicate to computers that were like thousands of kilometers away. So that was the foundation. It's like it was two computers connected through a phone line, and those computers were exchanging only zeros and ones. That was TCP/IP. And then the following step was saying, okay, why don't we create protocols, systems that will emulate the same things we were doing before? Because remember, we do that. We just emulate what we know in a new medium. So let's do protocols that will do the same things we were doing, but in this new digital medium. So that's what we did with the email. So we did electronic mail. We did, electronic communication. So we evolved into one layer. Then new protocols emerged that were not possible before. So Tim Berners-Lee brought the web. So he said, okay, I want to share information with my colleagues at CERN. How can I do that? And he created a new protocol to do information sharing. And then over the years, because even these protocols had some uniqueness to them, then over the years a new factor emerged. That was the understanding, the human understanding of these protocols, and communications happen, and then we have the social networks. If you think about that, the social networks, the technology to do social networks was ready in the late 90s, but it took us another 10 years until the social networks became something relevant, and the reason was of a human cultural factor, not a technological factor. So that's how these networks are built, these new ecosystems are built. And in the same way, the Internet of Value will also have a layered approach, because there's always trade-offs in any technology. No? So if you want maximum security, you have to trade off scalability and functionality. If you want maximum functionality, you have to trade off scalability and security. So there's always trade-off, and that's why the separation of concerns, the delegation of concerns is so important. And in that sense, what we have seen so far in this Internet of Value is first the creation of the store of value layer that we can. How we are on time? 5 minutes? No, I will start speaking to us. So we have Bitcoin, store of value, Litecoin, Ethereum. It's a network that has the two layers in one, so store of value. Then we added an economic coordination layer. So smart contracts are a way to do economic coordination in a decentralized environment between peers. And so we are sorting out the final problems that this technology has in order to get to the of the application. And on top of that, we are seeing already the first use cases, the first, like, the building primitives, the building blocks of this new Internet of Value, being one of the more important ones, in my opinion, self-sovereign identity. So it's how we create identity that is managed by the population, by the individuals, instead of managing centralized authorities, and how we create like an open platform where different participants, different institutions can contribute to the building of the reputational identity. We are seeing decentralized financial applications being built, so we are replicating every primitive that exists in the traditional financial system built in these open platforms, in these open networks. So we have loans, we have exchange of assets, we have even more advanced primitives, so we have futures and options being built. So we are building all the financial primitives, but in a new environment. The Web3, decentralized infrastructure, DAOs, how we manage organizations in a decentralized way. But what are the use cases of this? What are the core use cases of these technologies? When you put the Internet of Value together, you see one important thing is that now we have money 2.0. So we have money that can have rules attached. So we, on a way, we have the CDBCs, central bank digital currency. So the governments issuing their currencies into a new medium. But also we have also communities being able to issue around currencies. Corporations, in the form of loyalty points or different systems, also being able, because now we have a medium to do that, to mint and to create money that is transparent, is affordable, so we can inherit all these attributes that Bitcoin created for creating this digital world into other forms of money. Also, we are creating a digital twin of the world. And that's what the NFTs are in a way. What we are doing is like creating digital representations of the ownership of something. So it can be art, it can be real estate, it can be access rights. So what we are creating is actually that. For the first time, thanks to having a scarcity, digital scarcity, we have the ability to say, okay, this digital entity is the only one connected to the physical entity in a particular way. And we have, automated rule enforcement. So if we think about our society, the programming language of our society is basically the law. So one thing I like to joke about is that in that case, the lawyers are the hackers of our society. I don't think nobody thought of a lawyer like that, but in a way, it's like everything in our society is built in base of the law is the programming language. The legal contracts are the programs, and then you have the enforcement system that is basically the judicial and the police system that are enforcing those rules in different ways, but they are enforcing those rules. What we have now is contracts in all forms. So the enforcement of the agreements can be fully done as long as the assets being managed are digitalized via the digital twin of the world or digital money. So, and something that is already happening, that's why I put this self-driven car as an example, is like we can also have smart contracts managing property. So we can have this smart Uber, there's no Uber here, smart taxi, being handled by, picking up customers on the street, opening a payment channel while the trip is ongoing, then closing the payment channel at the end, collecting the money, and then going to the gas station, replenishing, paying its own wallet. So we can have autonomous property, that will be managed by a smart contract. So, as I mentioned, we are also rebuilding all the primitives of the world in this new medium, replacing trust in intermediaries with platforms and software as they get more use, more development. They are hardware. That's the basis of any software security. Like overnight will still be investment through these new platforms. We are doing some experimentations. Now we know that ICOs have a lot of downfalls and new iterations of this will happen. And one emerging pattern that for me is the most important one, or one of the foundations of the revolution that will come, that is reputation-based identities. Reputation-based, now with these technologies, we will have the ability to have an identity where we can attach and control individually, in the control of the individual, we will have traces. So over time, they cannot be managed traces if an economic incentive was big enough for them to do it. So you have no trust in close and open networks. All those traces are, and poor or rich you were born, you can always build the reputations. So reputation-based identities are the key to enable the financial system to serve any human being, regardless of their economic condition. And also are a key element to create prosperity in society, because a lot of the value of society is being diminished because of the cost of association. We create corporations, we create contracts, legal contracts, a lot of things we do engaging on demand with us, who don't know each other, who live anywhere in the world. We can create a global environment to do business, to collaborate on social problems, to do a lot of things. And finally, which is the thing that is closest to my heart because it's not my objective in life, if we combine these things, we combine the smartphone penetration in the world with the Internet of Value, as I mentioned, and these reputational identity systems that are being emerging, we have a unique opportunity of creating a financial system that can serve any human being in the world, remove a lot of the inequality, and I think the national state is a structure and the thing that we have delegated a lot of the social contracts into the national state, and the bigger the human groups who are trying to accommodate with a social contract, the less that social contract will be true to the individual, to the needs of the individuals. And I think that values across the world
People like this, pretty much what that is about.
Yes, but you have some people who love ruthless, markets, and that's okay as long as they are bounded by the rules they want to apply. And clearly, I think with social contracts and values, the important thing is.
Thank you very much. Give it up. Of course. Now, right before we go to presentation of innovations, we still have a very important announcement for you, which will be presented to you by our very own today, Slavnik.
Development of fair, equitable and open networks. So this is the idea behind this, and so anyone who wants a copy of the declaration can get it, but basically what we're seeking to do is bring together people in this council who are going to look after the development of a fair, equitable, open metaverse. So I'm just going to read you the key points, which is that we want to proclaim this declaration to form a common standard for metaverses everywhere, to strive for an open, transparent, interoperable, decentralised metaverse accessible to all, to build global collaboration, sharing technical advancements, and merge the protocols to ensure innovators, developers, and players who are building these are fully rewarded for their contribution, and develop guidelines to ensure that there are rights and freedoms for people inside the metaverse as well as they are outside. Develop guidelines on data security, privacy rights and consumer protection, mitigate physical and mental health impacts, and guidelines around informed consent and protection of children in the metaverse. And then this is really a global collaboration to build an equitable, inclusive, and truly decentralised metaverse, and to invite everyone, creators, artists, of this council. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
to have this. Again, we have a applause for Dr. James. No, if you can sense that, right, from me and Tade, it was impossible, like this format. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Dr. James. Thank you.
I don't know if we have Alish or Marco at the computer. I would like to ask you, Alish, to open the WhatsApp and to put the video on. Do you have it? It's a video about global sustainable development goals. Actually, to refocus on goals that probably Alish will show.
So we're gonna see a use case, I guess, of the metaverse. Isar, can I have on stage? Please, a round of applause! Yes, indeed.
Let's start with some mobile app for painting. Pop-up and with it. Is this so? What it is, it's enough. Please raise your hand. Okay. So now everybody who thinks more must be done according to the art. Please raise your hands. Nice, nice. I will do it with the revolutionary. So let's show the old use out and go to a new job. So how will this do? Actually, this is not the solution. Maybe some of you already know that this is Russia or UI for painting. So basically, what they do, they just display the 3D graphics, the right side of the avatar. So you can just turn around, pick up the brush, and then start painting with the canvas. So this is really intuitive because we know it from the real world. The user doesn't have to learn many new things. He just has to learn how to move around in the art and how to grab stuff. This enables many good features. So, for example, the user wants to reorder the brushes, so he has his the one he uses more in the front and the others in the back. He can just grab the brushes and reorder them. Or he wants to have sense. So you get this functionality. In the 2D app, you would need some additional logic, like you would have to have a favorite step, a favorite panel, or you would have special controls to remove the icons. But here, this is really intuitive. So now let's take a few steps back and define what is between the old World Wide Web and the new metaverse. So, as I see, the World Wide Web is 2D and the metaverse is 3D. Probably most of you already know this. So, but the interesting difference that I'm noticing is the web is very focused on data. So, like this constantly driven data that we have there access. It was actually written with this in mind. So, structure this is the main focus of the work like that. Also, web tool was brought a bit more into the still. The core is still there. It's still there. So the efficiency. You go on the web, you want to find tools, how quickly you can click and it is really good at doing efficiency. So, but the metaverse, the immersive metaverse is more focused on real-time interactions, on social encounters, and immersive experiences. And it does this stuff better than the world like that. So, what does this mean for UX developer? Basically, the the UX should also be based on real-time interaction and this experiences, and that we should also try to put in the user experience some social account. So let's go to 3 examples. The first example, most of you probably already know this. This is from MetaQuest 2. Okay. So I think it will provide with the right answer. Okay. Of course, the current state of the art, artificial intelligence is not yet up to the test. This way is okay. Okay. So let's say about 30% of you think that artificial intelligence is ready for this test. So the final question from this talk to the audience is: do you think companies are willing to hire in the metaverse with similar tasks they do in the real world? For example, receptionists, store clerks, costs. So, my question to the audience is now. Please raise your hand all who think the companies will hire a similar number of employees per customer in the metaverse as they do in the real world. So, who thinks? Okay. And now, who thinks the companies won't want to hire so much people in the metaverse? Okay. So about 15% of you think that companies will want to hire in the metaverse as they do in the real world. So this takes me to my final thought on this talk, which I want to leave. The social platforms, the big data internet, and the human-less profit-driven games have already destroyed enough people. Let's engineer the metaverse to be human-friendly and full of humans. We are the machines building it. The money is just our fuel. So we are all responsible on how it evolves. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so what happened to my little? Maybe you're wrong. There's some kids in places or something. Did you see? Someone see? What happened? I know what happened. They were taking pictures, right? Okay, but I'm going to leave those chairs here. Obviously, I have to do all the work myself. Yeah, thank you, thank you. You can support me with this, and I'm not very happy to you. But here, please, too. I love it, guys. I should be doing it and be kind of, I will. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so do we have a Mr. Uroš Krastar in the room? Please make yourself seen. Yes. The CEO and co-founder of Data Lab. Please welcome you on stage. Do we have a Dr. Tony Lenko from Glass Aurora Lab here? It's a bit of a lottery, guys. You know, like sometimes I'm left to do things on my own, like chairs, people, you know, so. Okay, let's move on to Alyosha Zhidan, founder at Shape Labs in Pablo. Here we have one, we found one. Alyosha, please join us. We have a Mr. Renee Stefancic, Chief Operating Officer at AIM. And audience. This metaverse is so messed up now. But we find each other, that's the main point. Okay, thank you. I wrap it up.
DAO yet, but in the beginning we thought that DAOs are all about the code, but as we did a lot of research, a lot of development, we found out that DAOs are about the people. And DAO tools are offering us a new way to collaborate with each other on more free and faster way. So basically, the autonomy in DAO, so I think it means more that we can set up an organization that is free from third parties and that we can develop it by ourselves and by our use cases. So DAOs can be from 2 to 3 people to maybe 100,000 people, but still I think that by the human psychology, DAOs should work like a team. So 7 people, maybe to 50 people, when we can still collaborate with each other, but I don't believe that in the DAOs of thousands of people, but smaller DAOs that can collaborate with each other.
Thank you for that. And Martin, you said that you are an expert on DApps. So tell us more. What DApps are?
Right. So decentralized applications. So DApps actually stands for decentralized applications. The idea here is not to rely on a centralized server-based structure like we usually do in mobile applications, but to basically have that part handled by a decentralized peer-to-peer method. So an idea of a DApp is basically not something new. It does not. So right now we're talking about blockchain all the time, and we invented something very new and things like that. But if you have seen these principles already before in the past, for example, if you know that downloading software, BitTorrent and BitTorrent, you probably heard of that. I don't use it personally. I don't know frankly. But so they were already relying on a particular network in the past, and this is now also happening application. I know we're probably looking at someone as well. Right? Yes.
When you talk about DAO, how do you see DAOs in here? So it's not kind of umbrella, and DAOs are new from your level?
Right, so we have actually talked where the decentralized application actually necessary, right? Because right now, running the blockchain, it tends to increase transactions, and increase processing times. So there is additional cost to do it, and we actually have to ask ourselves the question whether it makes sense for us to run a decentralized application or if we just have a regular. So the answer, when the decentralized application is useful, is usually when they're under huge pressure for some sort of scrutiny or corruption. So you need to have additional set of checks and balances that look work properly. So one reason for that, for example, would be a military application for decentralized app. Right? It makes sense that you're not going to have a centralized structure where there's always a danger of you getting wrong. So you want to have different stuff. You want to have anything to protect you that is prone to that. So the second option, of course, are the social media applications like Facebook and Twitter. Right now, what we've seen is a huge growth in numbers of people just totally getting banned on social media, not being able to voice their opinion. So these are the common access to that. To voice their opinion, and you don't want to give too much power to one central authority running something. For example, Meta, on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Instagram. And these are the kind of applications where you can go to additional events, pay more money to actually run the decentralized application and ensure everybody to be able to participate there, to use that application and not be able to us to use that algorithm. This is going to be good. Now the question that is worth from the people who there is not control by central authorities, so everybody can use it all the time, everywhere. This is when you want to connect it down, so you make sure that the running of it is meant for a longer period of time and it's not being abused by certain central authorities.
Thank you. It's very interesting. From my perspective, I mean, it's hard to define that, as I already said. I think it's very hard. So it's good to focus maybe on a specific perspective, let's say maybe games or legal stuff with the civilization where we can define and say maybe those are kind of community-led organizations that are powered by smart contracts. And it's very exciting to me to see how a normal company, where the company can look like when it's based on DAOs, on those principles.
this trust between different companies. Companies can work together when they're kind of based on the same smart contract. And you need to trust the actual owners, you can just trust the company, the smart contract, and you know that you can conduct business in this way. So this is very interesting for me.
So I would also like to add something. Decentralization is part of application and organization, so I don't think that decentralization is a binary characteristic, so it's either decentralized or it's not. But I think that some applications are more decentralized than others. So the first thing is, from the blockchain perspective, if you deploy a smart contract on the permission blockchain or the centralized blockchain, you are using smart contracts, but because you are using the centralized blockchain, you are not really doing decentralized application. The other thing is a lot of, for example, non-fungible tokens. They are deployed, for example, on the Ethereum blockchain, but your pictures or metadata is stored on the web servers, which are controlled by the centralized entity, which means that they are not decentralized. And the other thing is for autonomous organizations. So currently, most of them are using the token based and it goes towards the centralized approach.
Ulo, can you give us some examples of exactly what you're doing in your company here?
So basically, we want to offer. We are focusing, so we don't believe that the house cannot yet be company. So the problem is they don't have a jurisdiction. They have a global organization, and we are moving more that DAO can be a product on which more companies can work on, and where a company can work with their community. So basically, we tokenize the DAO ownership, and because of a lot of legal problems, the token is only the governance token, and with which you govern the DAO, and in the most DAOs, the treasury is the main part. So we want to put that on the second, and to build modules that these DAOs can use and communicate through NFTs with different modules like events, product repurchases, and some others that are coming soon. So basically, how to join the company and the community to build on the community first, product later way. And also we are looking to how you can build a product and later do an exit to the community and not to the VCs or the corporations. To the corporations or go to IPO, but you can basically build a product for the people and then give it to the people and not spoil it and go to the dark way. Like basically all of the products are going in the Web2 space.
And here I have another question for you guys, because some ways really important in my opinion to distinguish. So what's the difference between the fixed
Well, you can use like tools like a Kickstarter, but it's a lot broader. But basically, if you are launching the product, we don't hold your money. We just offer you the infrastructure, okay? And after you sell the product, you use DAOs to work with the community. So when you on Kickstarter, when you end the pre-sale, you are out. So then you have to use other tools for developing your brand, your product. But with the DAO, it's basically like your company. You're an entity, you're a corporate entity, and it's always secure. So you extend your company to a DAO.
So basically, you are an owner or partial owner.
Yeah, a partial owner, yeah.
You said something that is good to me, and I don't think a lot of people knows about it. And I would like to ask you if you could expand a little bit what you said about soul contract.
Yeah, so many projects at the moment are using the, let's say, normal non-fungible tokens for the identity and for, let's say, governance. And the problem here is that you can sell non-fungible tokens, and a I would also in the real life you really cannot sell your identity, so which means that NFTs are not really good for the identity. So now there is a proposal, I think it's from Vitalik, about non-fungible soul-bound tokens, which are actually non-fungible tokens that you cannot transfer, which means that when you earn them, only you can use them, and you cannot sell them. And this is actually very important, in my opinion, for DAOs, because if you want to have members that will contribute to DAO in the long term, they need to get some rewards, and this can be in the form of soul-bound tokens, so they are not able to sell them, but maybe in the future, the DAO can reward them because they are in possession of these soul-bound tokens, and they cannot profit on contributing to DAO like by selling their tokens and rewards. And the other point is, the soul-bound token is one solution to that. The other solution is substolen identity, which is basically the similar thing, only that these attestations or tokens are off-chain. They are not stored on-chain. It has several advantages because I think the problem with soul-bound tokens is that we can't represent our identity fully with soul-bound tokens because they are on-chain, and I don't know, me personally, I do want to do transport and Ethereum. I would rather have it off-chain and the low value represented right, so I think that there are like two directions. This is evolving, and I think that both will enjoy in the future.
Thank you for that.
So basically, when we touch on soul-bound tokens, I think the difference, so fungible tokens, the NFT non-fungible, and the SWT tokens are the like, three main tooling to make DAO work. So it touches three different use cases, but you need all of the use cases to really make it work. But yeah, we need to combine the off-chain and the on-chain for the privacy data. Like the privacy is a big problem in the Web2 space. You can't just put everything on chain. You just need to put the access and to verify who is the owner on the on chain.
Something to think about in regards to some decentralized applications.
May I have another question? Because what I find is really hard to do is to educate your customers about all the benefits that you get from acquiring. And my question would be, how do you do that? Because yesterday I spoke to somebody who told me about a commercial a couple of years ago with one managed recommendation company in Slovenia, where they tried to explain how the internet works together with your phone and so on. And they have like two words, the real world and the digital world, and so on. And how do you get to this
Right, so I think it goes back to whether you want to watch or not. So if the client comes to you, for example, and says, I want to have a product that does demo. In a lot of cases, what happened in the past, a lot of clients just wanted to use blockchain for the sake of using blockchain. That was because there were a lot of ICOs, STOs, right, things like that. We've seen that a lot. Nowadays, when usually companies try to do that, technology is in a way that actually makes sense. And then the only question is to what extent do you want to do that? So, for example, if you look at a decentralized application, it can be fully decentralized, and it can have slightly poorer user experience because of that. You can have people who are fully, let's say, Web 3.0 builds. They know exactly how to connect the wallet, how to transit to you, for example, how to make exchange on a decentralized exchange. On the other hand, you're going to have a complete Web 2.0 mix. And these people will all be able to fully utilize and even use the fully decentralized application as they're meant to use. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be adapting the user experience, and you're also going to be mapping the decentralized application, the decentralized architectural application, to the level where it's not going to be fully decentralized, and it's also not going to be fully centralized. It's going to be sort of a hybrid. And you're going to try and make a user experience good enough and easy enough, so everybody's going to be able to actually use the application, whether they're Web 3.0 Pro or Web 2.0 New. So this is the day-to-day thing that we're trying to tackle. This is the day-to-day question, always technology and how.
Yeah, the same here. So basically, we need to understand that we are at Web 2.5. Like And at first, I hate when a lot of the apps like are ugly, or there are too many hashes, too many addresses in it. Like first, what is we need to try to make it pretty. Then we need to combine like Web 2 software practices with Web 3 to make better user experience. But there is, like you see, another level how to bring it to mainstream. So 98% of the people are not there for the investment, for the money. So we want to show them how through NFTs. So this I love the NFT space more than the ICO space. We want to show them how they can join the community, join the people that are thinking the same through NFTs and what that brings to them, and with this so that they can enjoy this experience, to teach them how to install MetaMask, how to buy the first token, how to buy the NFT and get something from it. So this is the utility. Not just that they get the token to the exchange and then wait for them to grow. Most of the people are not interested in that. The speculators, they are buying to sell later, but normal people just want to buy for the experience. So that's why we are now focusing to bring the experience to NFTs in the real world. Yeah.
There is so much more to say here, but we are running out of time. So I would just like to challenge you in a few sentences. Where do you think DAOs and DApps are going in the future?
Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm from the identity space more. But I think that the DAOs that first we need to fix the blockchain identity and verification system, and then we can go more in the direction of DAOs. So there are many projects that are doing very interesting things. I know that Polygon DAO is doing very interesting things with zero-knowledge proofs and identity data that is stored in the privacy layer of the blockchain, and then when we want to prove something, we can generate the zero-knowledge proof, which enables you to prove the data without actually revealing the real data. So this is actually very good for identity because you can have the proof of identity on-chain, but when you try to prove something, then you can generate proofs, and you can actually have the on-chain identity and privacy to the proof.
This is my goal.
It's good you pointed out. I'm very excited about the day when I can start an essential and Web3 based content. This becomes bigger. Because right now we already see some experiments doing non-reasonable error where we have a power inside a little company and the company doesn't do it. Still very, very early days, but
Definitely need some regulations and some standards in the standards.
Okay, so I will start more on that. Like when I started with the development, unfortunately there was nothing there. Like no documentation, no tooling. It was like really hard to start. But in the past 2 years, like with a lot of frameworks, a lot of tools for the developers, and also the layer 2 solutions, faster transaction, easier onboarding. Like this brings in more of the developers. Like it's easier to join, and with more builders, more developers, like new ideas are coming. So in the beginning, developers were really biased, but the new developers that are coming in are bringing new ideas about that are not just like money based. So
we are going from the money to really.
We are going to the value on the internet, but the value is not just money, and we are chasing value, and the value is like subjective. It's subjective, not objective.
I won't take any claims to know what things are going to happen. Absolutely no clue what's going to happen. But what I do think is going to be is these are just applications that you can come to. If they're going to get live in this market, then hopefully next year when we're determined that it actually works because of this and what people can get passionate about application, then something depends on whether or not we're talking about this is a discussion that I should be
big round of applause for this amazing panelists. Thank you.
Okay, guys, how lovely. So, we are moving on to the presentation of innovations, and I thought, what a great idea, I might just stimulate myself, I'd like it. You know whose design is this? Have you been paying attention yesterday when the artist presented? This is by Martin Friedrich. A round of applause. This is pretty cool. But you're going to have to wait till the very, very end, because at the very end I will tell you what it says. Okay, I can't tell you now. It's a secret. But then by the end I can make it known. Probably not the exact words that the artist meant, but we'll play around somehow. Anyhow, I call to the stage now the first presentation of innovations, how immersive technologies, VR, will reform customer experience. We're going to hear two presentations about VR, and the first one is going to be from Inki, from digital strategist and project manager at Inki agency, Nika Serdunar. Please take the microphone, or I will give you the mic.
Thank you. Hello, it's great to be here today, and I hope that you're enjoying this event so far. And today, I'm going to talk about how immersive technologies like VR will reform the user experience in so far. And most of you have already been to a museum or a gallery, so what will you relate to them? Like punching rooms with different objects in the showcases, and what kind of expression did you give on such an exhibition? Were you okay with it? Excited? Maybe super excited? And what if somebody told you that you can try on these jerseys, hold items in your hand, try how they work, or even maybe become part of an exhibition? For example, become one of those basketball players. Maybe like the yoga, the karaoke, who knows? And would that give you all to something more? Last weekend, I was in a trip and I visited a museum which offers sensory experiences, like stimulating all the senses. So you can touch things, walk to different rooms with the senses, like Japanese garden room, and even dive into a hologram with it. So you can imagine my enthusiasm about it, because it wasn't like an ordinary exhibition, because it was more real. And I wasn't just an observer or a passive visitor. I was an active user. I was part of it. And the funny thing is, when I was talking to my friends about my trip to Madrid, this exhibition was one of the three things I told them about. And there's a huge connection between these kind of experiences and virtual reality. And that is they both create unique customer experience. And at Inki, we explore the use of immersive technologies, virtual reality, to help tell stories better and improve learning to students. And 81% of those who will experience VR will tell their friends about it. Just like I was talking to my friends about my trip to Madrid. And so, why we are in the first place? So we are to give us all things, but maybe most important things are immersive storytelling, product demonstrations, and content explanations. And when we're talking about immersive storytelling, this is today a really big thing. It's a must. It's still one of the strongest things. They want to be part of it. They want to be the main characters in the video games. They want to be the heroes of the video games. They want to stand next to play while they're performing. Also, because it's like almost impossible to get tickets for the real one. The thing is, people want to be part of the show. That's something bigger. And while they're participating, the experience is unmatched by any other content. And let me give you another example. On New Year's Eve in 2020, a famous French producer, composer, and performer had a concert in virtual reality. And more than 75 million visitors visited that concert so far. really how big VR industry already is, I can give you this information. The Oculus Quest 2 headset outsells Xbox Series S consoles this year. And with this, Oculus Quest 2 is the most successful VR headset right now. And in my opinion, I think it's also one of the most accessible because we can get this kind of a headset for around 400 euros. And with that, VR technology is becoming part of our lives because it's getting more and more accessible. And now, let's think about the products. We're still reading about it, browsing websites, checking reviews, watching YouTube tutorials. But what if we can change that and you can get a product in your hand before buying it and trying on your own? And you can think about like any product you want, from the new iPhone 14, a IKEA table, maybe a sailboat, or even this massive closet system, which you can see it on the photo, and we'll also talk about it more later. And we now have a new platform of endless possibilities to explore any kind of content in a mirror. Because each one of us is unique and so needs to be the content. And each one of us has a different perception of things. So now there is no need to imagine things anymore because we can experience it. And then that comes in handy for the products that don't exist yet. And now we will move on to a case study. And I will show you that VR can be used for more than just. And for those who are not familiar with it, VR is a Slovenian company which offers complete turnkey solutions and equipment for pharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical, and food companies. And the biggest challenge we was facing when it comes to selling those process systems, their products, was epidemics. Because before Corona time, their main selling channels were expos and in-person meetings. And when Corona came, expo in-person meeting if your customers from all around the world. And the pain they had, it was real. And we couldn't just stop selling and wait. So we were thinking about the solution that would be firstly pandemic-free. And you can't sell like this kind of products just through catalogs, videos, or websites. We needed more, something bigger. We needed something to bring the product to the customers. So we wanted to connect humans on one side of the world with their products on the other side. And the answer was virtual reality. So we find a solution that academics is no longer a sales problem. And besides that, our solution is also, it has many benefits, like it saves time, because there was no need to travel that much, which has also a positive impact on the environment. It reduces costs when it comes to transportation and these huge process systems to the other side of the world. And it works 24/7. And I will show you now a short video. So the goal of WFV's experience was to present their complete solutions in virtual reality. We used their technology and 360 video recordings of their company. So we wanted to integrate the customer who became an active user in this game-inspired virtual deluxe world. And users had a chance to move items like containers, tags, and other materials around the room. They put it on a washing machine. 3D models for UVD is much easier because Unity supports almost all the 3D file standards. And we use also the most common techniques like teleportation, because during the process we discover that many people are facing motion sickness, and teleportation is still the best way to move around virtual reality without causing it. Then quick effects to inform users over larger distances, and placeholder holograms to indicate which objects can be interacted with. And in this case, we limited interactions only to basic holdings and pressing the buttons, because the goal was to present the solution and company design. And for the results, we have achieved higher interest in brand, higher engagement with the brand, extraordinary perception of a company as an innovative company, engaged, active, and integrated customer. And for the future, we plan on adding more complex movements and interactions, and also immersive trainings to learn people how to actually work with these kind of process systems in real life. And later, speaking about ever release learning pyramid, but you can retain 50% and more of what 5% of what we practice and 90% of what we teach others. So this all kind of makes sense. We teach best, we learn best while actually doing something. And that's why we think that there's a huge potential for education in VR, and this is also how we see the future of education. Virtual reality is among today's greatest immersive technology trends, and in a few years from now, we all have to reset our minds on how we interact with digital information. And in a world of very fast-paced innovation, I encourage you to be today inspired by endless possibilities to implement new technologies in your everyday life. So this is my presentation.
So everything starts with the content. The content must be not just copy-paste in the physical world. The content for metaverse should be adapted to the media. In this way, it could be also enriched and after an experience. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it just gave me an idea, because I was just working in digital film in New York in my really cool dress, very happy to see the event. Now I'm having to go to Paris in the afternoon for the Louvre.
Yeah, that's good. It's so practical. No problem.
Being part of the thing. Okay, give it up for a little please. Yes, okay, so joining us now is from someplace else in the universe. So I have new names now. I love this name. It's the multiverse. The multiverse in company here in Slovenia. And Martin Kucher is going to present a place called Historyverse. So, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
We have prepared something special for you this time because we have a live demo, so it will be something a bit different than we are used to up until now on this conference. We have created this universal. It is quite a revolutionary new metaverse. We have connected our application to many other platforms, from Oculus Quest, Samsung, standalone, to PCVR, and of course for our corporate users also. This is available on historyverse.io in WebGL Byte. So just from the browser you can access and experience the full metaverse. But the best experience, the most complete and the most immersive is of course with VR. So I will now demonstrate this our new product live. Thank you. Let's start. for you who have not used VR before, this is a bit of a process that like we used to do this. In the past, this process took like a very long time, but now with Oculus Quest 2, which is quite a revolutionary headset, this takes only probably less than a minute. Now I have created the play space, and now I will start the application. Yes. Is it casting? Not yet. Alright. Will be casting now. Very good. So yes, of course, about metaverses, we first need to create our own avatar with a digital representation. I will be quick about it. Alright, let us do next and join VR. So now I will have a bit of I will hear myself because we are live in the metaverse and we have a live stream, so this whole event could be watched from VR perspective. So here is Marco. Marco can share. I am waiting and Marco can probably move a little bit. Hi Marco. I don't know if Marco can switch the live stream, but he showed me this to the metaverse. Okay, so we have live stream. We have this beautiful room, which is like a bit of changed space. And I can move in metaverse the same way as I move in the real space. Now, if Marco is sharing, you can see I'm walking here and I'm walking. It's probably better if I go and walk on stage. So yes, I'm walking on stage, and also in metaverse, I'm walking on stage. I'm seeing Marco, and this is definitely some other people. I'm seeing them, I can communicate with them, I can play with them. And most importantly, I can go and I can explore. We could have parts here, we could have many other things in the like a helicopter or anything to be synchronized through the internet. This our metaverse is quite revolutionary because it takes use an API, and we could have more than 200 people in here now live. And I'm sure when this stuff comes live, there will be quite many other people. I don't know about stuff. If I would have like a meeting for everything else, I would just say hi. Everything is super nice through the internet. I could also like go to the 3D space. It's very good for collaboration, and other people could see this in real time this is quite something special because many people are like are not very pleased because they have like 200 or 300 megabytes of download, and it takes quite some time. But with this solution, the download will be completed instantly, and Marco, I'm hearing you quite a lot, so I will probably need to escape this metaverse because I'm hearing myself like in a live stream. Marco, fortunately, you will experience this our project in AI, but it is available. Anyone can send you email, anyone can send you a bill. It's also available on the internet, and it works if anybody of you have VR. How many of you have VR? How many of you have tried VR? Okay, it's quite a lot. So you can, like, there is installer. It works simultaneously on desktop and with PCVR, and also it's, as I demonstrated, it works on fast standalone. So there is quite a lot, and much more importantly, there is much more fun in the near future. So and that's it. I hope I didn't like overstep my time.
No, for sure, it was very interesting. I was just about to ask the audience. I was about to ask you guys, do you have questions for Martin?
Yes.
Do you have questions about this? Any questions? Oh, come on! Must think of something to ask.
Seems like I did a good job.
Okay, I have a question.
All right.
I saw a chair,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So, can you like move the chair and sit down, like virtually?
This is not moving, but it's
Uh-huh.
you could move like this can. You can
Yeah.
go into the space, the same with the chair.
Yeah, but would you need to, like, if you were to sit down, like, imagine you, like, as you watching you on the screen, but then at the same time you were also, like, you know, being in this space. Now, be mindful because I don't know if you're going to have the podium in it.
Yes, I draw a long one. Yes.
Yeah, pay attention.
Distrivers.io. There is a distrivers.io, but it works only on the computer. So for iOS and Android, it will be available as an application, but this is like sometime on the road. Because it needs to be quite optimized to work on the broad range of mobile devices.
Would you need a wheelchair here as well to be able to sit, really sit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So,
Sitting in the metaverse.
but I could, like, just, you know, have like 70,000 chairs in the vestibule, but just one. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yes,
Any other questions? Have you thought of questions now? No?
Oh, one.
We have a question! I'm running through the circle.
How do you hurt yourself while using the VR?
No.
Oh yeah, that's a great question actually. I love your question.
I have started using VR like quite slowly, and in the tech part we have like a very big space. So when you have boundaries, you would really need to run and jump or fall if you hurt yourself. But I have seen a lot of videos people doing here on home where there is some chairs and stuff. But I didn't have that.
Are they on YouTube?
Yes.
Yes.
A lot of those funny videos.
Okay, cool. So what's the worst thing that happened?
I had quite good VR experiences, so probably.
What's the best thing that happened?
I probably like Half-Life Alyx experience the most. How many of you have played Half-Life Alyx? It's quite a revolutionary VR title, and now I'm looking quite forward to Bled. I think VR will change quite soon.
Yeah, that's crazy. Any more questions?
Any more?
All right. Well, thank you then. A round of applause. bit about the graphic design, which was absolutely gorgeous. That's what I thought. And I think right now, Lara, you come from the Technology Park, already met you today on the stage. You're going to tell us a little bit more about how this came to life. Okay. A round of applause, please.
The presentation is going to start with the presentation is going to start with the NFT that we already saw. It's I'm the creator of the AI art, the multi-token standard NFT that you're all going to receive. And yeah, we're just going to wait for mission control to do this. Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, this is the one that you're all going to receive. And let me just get my bearings. Right, so I'm going to today elaborate on the process on how this came to be and how I started with AI art. I am by far not an expert. I am just someone who really likes to try things, and that's basically it. And as many speakers before me, I would encourage you to try creating your own AI art as well. The first one that I created was this one next to it, and this was actually created on the 2nd of September. So it hasn't actually been a full month since I started properly creating. And since I have two images side by side on the screen now, I'm going to take a moment to say a quick note that the images on the left are always going to be images generated by DALL-E 2, which is one of the AI art generating tools that I use. And the other tool is called Midjourney, and pictures that are made with Midjourney are always going to be on the right side of the screen. Yeah, as I've heard multiple times, a lot of people who came on the stage or people off stage have told me that I'm not a technical person. So basically, I decided to do this entire presentation just with pictures generated with AI. And I decided that the first thing that I should input for this presentation is, I'm not a technical person. And I really like this image because she looks a little bit like a robot to me, but she's saying that she's not a technical person. But I basically tried doing this for the entire presentation, and I'm going to try and remember to raise my hand whenever I can use a sentence that I'm going to say during the presentation as a prompt to generate art. So another thing that I wanted to tell you is that AI usually generates 4 pictures, and you can choose one. So I've been choosing the ones that I think would be good for this talk. So the way how this entire thing started was Alesh, who is the mastermind behind the title of today's talk, asked me to do a talk, and it was very short notice, and this is probably the first conference that I'm speaking at, so I decided to accept the challenge, and he said I should make a talk on how to train AI to make beautiful NFTs. So DALL-E said this is how you train AI. And what I really thought about was, okay, is this an appropriate question? What are we asking? And what we're asking is how to train a paintbrush to make a really good painting. Because really, AI are tools, right? AI, this movement they are tools. So we have different art tools, picture from Midjourney shows a little quasi tablet on the right, and I really like it because AI tools are not just paint brushes and paints, it's also, you know, have digital AI tools in that tablet. So I would like you to learn how to use these tools, because really it's not about the tools creating the art, it's you who are the masterminds behind it and that have the opportunity to create. So tools that I already mentioned were DALL-E 2 and Midjourney. So the next thought that I had was, how about if I ask them to represent DALL-E 2 and Midjourney as Wally and Eva from the movie Wally? And then, because I usually ask both of them at the same time to imagine these things, the other one looks like this. So, I also wanted to make a little short note about copyright here, because obviously it's a pretty big issue. But I would like to mention that a lot of these tools have some kind of filters already built in. So, you can't actually produce everything. You can say that something is in the style of something else, but when I plainly asked the AI generating tools to generate an image of me in front, me in this in the style of Eminem's Marshall Mathers LP, that was a no-no from them. So they just sent in a message saying, you know, that can't be done. Copyright issue. So then, after seeing this, I wondered what else could they do and how they interpret different prompts. And I thought, okay, so let's check what an apple would do. And DALL-E tends to have very realistic representations. So obviously, an apple here looks like an actual apple. And Midjourney tends to have a more dreamlike, fantastical view of a fantasy world view, so that's an apple or Midjourney. And then I thought of Dr. Seuss, and I thought, ooh, how about green eggs and ham? And another green eggs and ham, and Midjourney totally lost that one. And then I thought, well, how about like a furry octopus? And Donnie lost the thought on that one. And actually, so did Midjourney, because that was more furry, but so I'm guessing that while I'm speaking, when I say an apple, a furry octopus, or green eggs and ham, you all have some kind of expectation about how these photos are going to look like. And even the word expectation is interpreted differently by both. So, to me, this expectation is childlike emotion of expecting something, but it's a wonder in this picture. And Midjourney interpreted it as you're expecting someone to come to you or something, you know, to arrive. So even that was very interesting. And then this made me think of a poet, Robert Frost, who wrote a poem which in the last 3 lines says, "Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference." So I put that into AI generator, and this doesn't look like 2 roads diverge at all to me, unless it maybe we can interpret the size a little bit as something going off, but maybe not. And then this one is clearly 2 rows. So, yeah. And I thought that the 2 rows are actually 2 options that you can take. You can either have expectations, and so you can do a lot of trial and error. This is how it looks like. These are all furry octopuses. And more trial and error, and more trial and error. Or you can take the other route, which is to play, explore, create, and combine. So that's how that prompt is
interested, they explore creative life. And so when I thought about learning and exploring, I thought about creation life. I thought, would the AI understand the languages, different languages? So I kind of decided to combine Slovene Kremžita, which is, by the way, the traditional dessert in Bled. And I decided to put a little bit of English next to it. So I said, okay, Kremžita rocks. Yeah, that looks nothing like a Kremžita, unless if you interpret that somehow these rocks are layers, but it's pretty far-fetched. And wrong button. And the next one wasn't much better. So this is Kremžita rocks as well, apparently. But I think this one would make a really great NFT. I mean, I really like the code. But no, Slovenia is not quite there yet, apparently. Then the next thing that I did was I tried to play with how my poetry would be interpreted, because I also write a little bit. So I thought, okay, yesterday evening, it's 11 p.m., I should go to bed. Oh, never mind, it's tea time instead. Earl Grey, vanilla, sugar, milk, indeed, I love a cup of tea. And Bali again, really lifted, and the journey there is really. So then I developed my crossover further. And I thought, okay, so maybe I'm a little bit of a writer, I'm a little bit of a poet, I'm a little bit of an artist, I'm a little bit of everything, I guess. So what well, I'm not Jack of all trades, but I might be Jane of all trades. So that makes me a Jane Oath. Okay. Jane Oath in. Again, I mean, Dali is totally realistic, so it makes me a bold oath. But literally is a little bit more really realistic, so that's its interpretation of Jane Oath, which I have become my favorite ever. So then I was thinking, yeah, but my friend last time also called me an octopus, which she said that I'm an octopus everywhere. So I also decided to input the prompt, cute furry red octopus enjoying a stroll in an impressionist garden, because I really love Romanian Bengal. That's the wrong side. Okay, well that's the one in between. But yeah, this was the little octopus. And so this one was generated first with, actually I think this one was generated completely with DALL-E. And I just started with the octopus, that was the first thing. And then without painting, which is one of the functions, you can enlarge the picture and you can add more gardens, you can add a house, you can add the sky, etc. And then I thought a little bit more about who I might be. And I thought, okay, I'm a little bit of a dreamer. I really like finding loopholes, which is why I'm a co-owner of 2 castles in France. So I wanted to give myself as a welcome to a castle. So this is one generated after many tries. And that's supposed to be me, at best. And this kind of closes the loop in a way, because when I first started, one of the first prompts that I entered into the journey was Lara in a red dress, painted by Vincent van Gogh in Walton's Front. And this is the image that was generated, which I find really beautiful. Whether this becomes an NFT or not remains to be seen. Thank you so much for listening. I would also like to thank Anesh and Kobe for encouragement. And of course for providing the NFT making, because this is not something that I do. I recently got my virtual wallet, MetaMask, for all of you who know your stuff. So if you want to connect, this is QR code to my LinkedIn. And if you want to generate an image yourselves, my laptop, my account is going to be available to you shortly after the end, probably of the, or a little bit after the talk, anyway. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, I love it. I read on your profile, I think it was on the page, if you like books and you also like to recommend books. Can I read your recommendations? No, I will read yours to the audience. Is that okay? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so let's see. We have Citadel here. Books you have to read. This is for your to-do list. So, Citadel, also known as The Wisdom of the Sands by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Who read that? Ooh, you read it. Woo! Okay, we have two. Great. So, I mean, that means that all of you get to have it on the to-do list, which is even better. Then we have Predictably Irrational by Dan Ariely. I don't know if you know this, but he also has a Netflix special for those of you who don't want to read. I watched it, it's super cool, you have to read it. I mean, you have to watch it, it's cool. Then you have What Do You Care What Other People Think by Richard Feynman. Anyone read that? No, but that is amazing. I also don't know this book, which is cool. I'm so going to read it when I come home. Then we have Games People Play by Eric Brennan. This is the transactional analysis book. It reads a little bit like a chess book, so you have to kind of really read it about 5 times. I read it just recently, like I've been studying this now, so it's crazy. But you have to notice that people with their games. Have you noticed? There's all games that we play. And when you read that book, it all makes sense. Like you actually see yourself in games, in like conversations. When you go to networking events or when you go to people's houses and you're like kind of like, there's people over there and they're here. Which conversation should I join? Oh, they're talking about travel. Oh, here they're talking about shit that went bad yesterday. And I'm like, oh my God, I always join that debate. Anyhow, really read it. Then we have Limitless by Jim Quick. Anyone read this book? Ooh, we have a reader. Cool. I will read this book. What's it about? Is there a book that helps you get worse? I mean, for real. I would love to read that book. Then we have When, the Scientific Secrets of Perfect Timing. I don't know the book, but I do know the author, Daniel Kay. I love his TED Talk, really cool guy. And then we have I'm so gonna not like this one. The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss, which is like such bullshit, okay? But we all read it, really, like, come on. He himself has said it. I mean, depends on what you count on working. Because, I can easily write a book on no hour working. Because I never considered any time when I'm working work. But I'm having fun all the time. Okay, yeah. I think I'll write that book. No hour working. Yes, I think I will. And then I'll, put it out, like, snippets of it as NFT thing. So this is what this guy did. Okay, the subtle art of not giving a fuck. That's the guy who, has that. Anyhow, we're coming to an end. Are you looking forward to that? Because I myself am. I will be very honest with you. A round of applause. But we still have one menu item here, which is the Tomorrowland round table with Generation Z. That's not interesting. We're going to take a look at the future. Which way? By the way, can you point to the future, please? That's a really strange point. I'm not kidding here, because either you are a Mediterranean type, which is like seeing the future in front of you, and you're probably feeling feelings a lot, or you are the German type who kind of has it displayed in front of you, and then that means that your future is over there somewhere. Can you really point in the future? Come on, do it, I'm not kidding. Point to the future. Alexander, how come it's in the back? Huh? You're gonna have to explain this to me. You're gonna have to explain it. Okay, just have a thought. Team Bernie, can you come to the stage, please? Now, Niklas Gurset, Rod Goldic, Nina Ismail. Nina, the lovely Nina, where are you? A beautiful future possible world, Nina.
Nina. No Nina.
No Nina?
No.
Oh, so looking forward to Nina. Gonna take your place now. Then we have Judith, you can meet Benjamin Faber. Oh, did you guys all like sit together preparing for this last day? Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so let's take a look at the future from the future's point of view, from who better than our very own young future. Let's give it up for a beautiful man up here on the stage.
Thank you, Meta, for the beautiful introduction. Here we are, last thing of the menu, she said, last time up. And we see the best for the last time. Because you deserve it, because you stayed together. All 10. So, here we have the future. Obviously, maybe half of the future, because we're missing somewhere, right? Totally. But yeah, these fellas right here are some of the smartest, brightest, most innovative, brilliant young minds that I've met, and I was really lucky to have the privilege to work alongside some of them, learn from them, and hang out with them IRL, or how they say in real life, and in their digital communities. So, yeah, give it up for them. First time on the stage, for most of us. And I invited you guys because me personally, I think sometimes it's really cool to examine the past, to extrapolate and predict the future, and sometimes we need that. But sometimes I think it's really good to have a fresh perspective from unschooled minds and to hear from people who actually know. Yeah, I like to kick it off. I'm always personally interested in someone's webpage, where you started, how you came to the webpage, when you started to do a little bit about yourself, and how you found the
Thanks, Mir, for this great introduction. So yeah, my journey started in 2020. I was actually first interested in like financial markets, stocks, and yeah, then I actually stumbled upon cryptocurrency and started trading profusely every day. I was in the trenches, looking into projects in DeFi, staking, and yeah, the whole Web3 game. But it actually came to a point in the summer of 2021 when I said, okay, this is too stressful, let's build something, let's create something, and that's when I started looking into Web3, basically into the NFT game. And right around Q4, the end of Q4 of 2021, I met Tim and Rob, and we started a project in the digital fashion space. And yeah, from there, me and Tim actually co-founded a Web3 marketing agency where we helped various brands in digital fashion space in like different fields, connecting physical with digital. And yeah, we help brands with marketing, community building, launching strategy, and all of that fun stuff. So yeah, that's basically been my origin. I'm still in Web3, but just
Now I've actually transitioned a little bit out of Web3, actually building a startup in social media space. So yeah, that's basically been my journey.
So thank you. I just wanted to mention that these guys are all younger than year 2000. So some of them have never heard of 9/11. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I actually started with Web3 in 2017, so something actually only a dinosaur in Web3 world, everyone very young. Yeah, so in 2017 I was scrolling through Twitter, and we had like a group of friends who were doing stuff online, just like discovering new things. And in 2017 with the bull run, I actually started on one of the ERC20 currencies, the token, and yeah, I actually invested in it, and 2 years later I was looking at the wallet on my phone and did it, and yeah, actually had a very good return, and then actually started the marketing agency, and in the beginning I wasn't specifically going to do it, but the common cures actually then started doing marketing for different projects and for the past year and a half also for other projects. Yeah, like Nick mentioned, we have a professional startup with team, and yeah, then from then on, currently working merging with two startups, and also building an educational platform focused on really learning, teaching basically people local skill set, and just showing them how to get a job and grow their career. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, so yeah, I basically started with marketing. I was doing Facebook, Google advertisement. At some point, we were managing millions of dollars in ad revenue. And then slowly I got into crypto and Web3 with my friend Rob here. He pulled me into it. And yeah, I joined his agency, which was called Flu Media. We even got like the first client in Web3. We had like a budget of $10,000 and we made more than $200,000. It's a very good return. And then we decided, why not launch our own NFT collection? We raised very good funds. Yeah, we learned how to build an actual community. Got really down into Web3. Yeah, now we're here. I'm more focused right now on avatars, and basically I co-founded a company called Social Humans. We're doing virtual humans for social media.
My name is Dylan. I'm only 18, and I started with cryptocurrency back in March 2020. The first thing I was like that. It sounds like a amazing opportunity. So I started investing in crypto monthly in my allowance. I was always buying Ethereum, and then really pretty long-term. And after about 1 year of different altcoins and new farming on protocols, I started thinking about NFT. People were saying that like they made 60 Ethereum a month with NFTs. I was like, why couldn't I do that? So I began my research and connected with some friends. And after trading NFTs quite good, we created a group called Finessers, and we've been exploring every day since then, and that's basically it. Now I'm here. Amazing. I give you a round of applause.
Help that we give to Slovenia, but this conference in the last 5 years, we have a really good partner, and that's why the honor to close the conference, is on your side. You do that.
Thank you for everyone who did this. I think people who join this event from day one will unforgettable, especially first night. We went to the dinner. Sorry, we can't do the dinner. If you know what I mean. On the first day, we climbed. It was amazing night. This is unforgettable. Alright, are you in the dinner? So,
Once again, thanks everyone. Secondly, this is not the first event we will do, also not the last. We hope that we can meet again in different cities. The World Future Was Conference. Why we never use Metaverse Conference? Because we do believe we will meet again in the future world, not only in Metaverse. Because we always believe in human in future. So lastly, I will use the Slovenian language to close this event. Hvala.
Now the video that we wanted to show you already once today, all the SDGs I really hope that you'll be able to see it from the start to the end. Please, you can show it. We, the people. Please,
the generation to fight injustice and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan.
Everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world where nobody
Anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning.
I see that we do today.
We will
live in a world where none travels to die.
diseases we know how to cure. And where public health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
we will live in a world where everyone goes to school. And education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
for fulfilling life. We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities, bright and powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed. We believe in a world where all people can get clean water and proper toilets at home, at school, and work.
We will live in a world where there is sustainable
Energy for everyone, heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper and new wealth leads to decent jobs for everyone.
And we will live in a world
Where our industry,
Our infrastructure and our
West innovations,
We're not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world where prejudices and extremes of inequality
are defeated.
Inside our countries and between different countries.
Where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
what we can see.
planet
where we put back what we take out of the earth. We live in a world that is decisively rolling back from climate change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas. Where we restore and protect life on land,
Forests,
animals, the earth itself.
With peace between and inside our countries. All governments are
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
and the justice rules.
with everyone equal before the law.
where all countries live
Work together.
in partnerships of all kinds.
These are the United Nations global goals
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Okay, so just to say goodbye from me, because I always have the last word. This was great, a great conference. I thank you for your attention as well from my side. Thank you to the organizers. And thank you to you, lovely audience. Of course, you're going to go up on stage now to take a picture. And come back next year, live eco-centric lives. And remember, the future is now. Goodbye.
Tale tudi pride z nami gor.
21.
Yes!
Focus, okay, man. I always 23.
Where are you 23?
Ready? Fire spot on. The tall behind.
No, come here, come here.
Taller than me, please behind.
Maya, come here.
Taller than me, behind. Go. Better than me, or behind. One, two, three. Wow! Number one. We take photo first. Later we capture the video.
1, 2, 3.
Go. Super. Okay, wait.
Then they're having fun.
Wait. Let's take a video. 1, 2, 3, voila. Okay.
Video?
Video ready 有没有？
现在 video 给。可以来。video 啊？哎。
Okay, I always forget future words. Today, video. We need you. Okay, guys.
Play
1, 2, 3. World Future Words Conference. Voila.
Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
World Future Words Conference. Voila. Bye bye.
For having a great idea to propose to today.
I only propose, I only contribute 10%. Thank you. Who vote?
From you and others.
Whose phone? I don't know.